Karibu sana, Chairman. Our Chairman is in the house with us. Can also see our National Treasurer is also just coming in. Karibuni sana. We are starting with the recap of yesterday. So the Chairman, the Treasurer, and the members of the board, the NGC, dear delegates, good morning. Tusalimiane asubuhi, good morning. Thank you so much. We thank God for yet another new day that the Lord has made. We are grateful that we have started well. Our yesterday's day was wonderful. We are expecting the same again today because the Lord has been on our side. I want to take ourselves through the recap of whatever happened yesterday, and therefore I would request that we keep quiet so that we be together. So this is the day one rapporteuring report for the KEPSHA 2023 National Annual General Conference, date Monday 7th November 2023. And this is how it was. Mr. James Masharia, the KEPSHA Organizing and Publicity Secretary, welcomed participants to the 2023 AGM and meeting. This was followed by prayers from Mr. Ali and Bishop Makimei. Thereafter, the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Community Anthem were played, signaling official start of the conference. Mr. Fuad Ali, the KEPSHA Vice National Chairman, warmly welcomed the delegates to Mombasa and encouraged them to take some time outside the conference to explore the various tourist destinations available in the county. The 2023 KEPSHA AGC and meeting was convened at 10:09 a.m. by Madam Irene Yaile, the KEPSHA National Secretary. In so doing, the National Secretary referenced the relevant constitutional clause and appreciated the delegates for their contribution to the remarkable milestone, the association's 20th anniversary. The KEPSHA chairman invited His Excellency Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, the governor for Mombasa County, to the 2023 KEPSHA conference, being the chief guest for the day. He welcomed all participants to the 2023 conference and expressed his gratitude to the association's delegates, partners, sponsors, and exhibitors for their support and contributions. He indicated that KEPSHA had put up an impressive lineup of speakers and sessions that would address the various facets of comprehensive school management. He encouraged the delegates to share their experiences, challenges, and success stories in preparing to inspire innovation and create sustainable impact on education in the present and future. He acknowledged all education directors in attendance, including the county and regional directors from RED, for Nyanza, Western, and other dignitaries in attendance. He also acknowledged the various KEPSHA founders in attendance, including Mr. Joseph Karuga, former National KEPSHA Chairman, who served the association from 2008 to 2015. The other dignitary or member of KEPSHA was Mr. Nicholas Gademia, the National KEPSHA Chairman from 2019 to 2021. We also had Madam Elisheba Kayeri, patron of the Children's Council Program. Mr. Philip Mitei, former National Secretary, and our former National Treasurer, who is Abdirazak Hussein, was also present. Mr. Caleb Oduyu, outgoing NGC member, and Mr. Gitonga Mugo, who was also our Vice Secretary. In his remarks, His Excellency, the Governor Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir, the Governor for Mombasa County, commended KEPSHA for reaching significant milestone during their 20 years of experience and praised school heads for successfully integrating two education systems and administering national examinations concurrently. He also expressed gratitude to the association for consistently choosing Mombasa as the conference destination, thereby contributing to the county's economic growth. He announced that conference exhibited from park and advertising fees as part of his government's support for the association. He encouraged the delegates to take a moment to reflect on KEPSHA's achievements, challenges, strengths, and weaknesses over the past 20 years. The governor also highlighted the achievements of his government in the field of education, including the expansion of the school feeding program. He also committed materials, providing purified water, and facilitation motivation programs in schools. Madam Irene Yaili, the KEPSHA National Secretary, undertook to recap the 18th, that is 2022 AGM and meeting minutes. In so doing, the presenter confirmed, one, that the specific resolutions passed by the KEPSHA members drawn from the 47 counties and public primary schools countrywide. She expressed KEPSHA's gratitude to the government, including progression and promotion of school heads and capacity building of head teachers on preparedness for JSS implementation. She highlighted the KEPSHA recommendations to the Ministry of Education and Teacher Service Commission, including resourcing of schools and funding of KEPSHA programs, structuring of JSS, promotion of head teachers, teacher capacity building, and review of the examination policy. She announced that the association's strategic plan for the next 5 years would be launched during the 2023 AGC and meeting. The minutes were proposed by Mr. Francis Ndirango of TSC number 279633 and confirmed by Madam Frida Royce Kisoya of TSC number 296910. The first technical session of the day was a synthesis of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform, Ministry of Education 2023, by the KEPSHA chairman. The presentation focused on 6 key highlights of the report, primary education and KEPSHA. These were, number 1, affirmation of the competency-based curriculum CBC education structure with 2 years pre-primary school, 6 years primary school, 3 years junior school, and 3 years senior school. Number 2, creation of a comprehensive school comprising pre-primary school to grade 9 under one management board with a single head teacher and a deputy school heads. Number 3, equitable access, participation, and inclusivity in basic education. Number 4, values inculcation amongst the learners, integration of community service learning, and sensitizing parents, caregivers, leveraging technology for curriculum delivery and assessment. And number 6, strengthening foundational learning for early years education. The prospects and considerations of the recommendations on primary education and KEPSHA were examined, and the association's role in the transition were outlined as follows. 1, capacity building for head teachers, school staff, and parents. Number 2, need for support to the comprehensive school leadership. Number 3, provision of resources, training, and guidance to KEPSHA members to support innovations across the 6 issues highlighted. Number 4, strengthening technology fuse or data-driven decision-making. Number 5, conducting research and promoting innovative strategies. Scaling up advocacy and partnership to influence policy, as well as mobilize resources and expertise for implementation. And lastly, serving as a feedback platform between primary school heads, the Ministry of Education, and relevant education stakeholders. The CEO of School Equipment Production Unit outlined the mandate of his organization in designing, manufacturing, supplying, sourcing and distributing science materials and apparatus for educational institutions. The partnership between SEPU and KEPSHA was acknowledged, especially for the feedback on SEPU products and exchange on innovations that support teaching and learning. SEPU's achievements were outlined as including 1, designing and production of mobile laboratories that gives opportunity to newly established secondary schools that have no laboratories. Production of science kits and manuals. Another mandate is design and production of school furniture, stocking and distribution of laboratory chemicals, and lastly, designing and manufacturing materials required for NEC practical examinations as well as for other examination bodies. In addition, the presentation focused on various options for facilitating science were explored, including a fully kitted laboratory, science room or science kit, innovation options for funding emerging school equipment requirements, including partnering with the National Government Constituency Development Fund. In the session, Rethinking Education Management within Comprehensive School Framework, Inspiring Innovation for a Sustainable Impact in the Present and Future Decades, Dr. Elias Abdi, OGW, the Director General, Ministry of Education, emphasized the following. 1, he emphasized that rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework is crucial for inspiring innovation and ensuring sustainable impact in the present and future decades. He also highlighted the need to, among others, shift focus towards fostering innovation, critical thinking, problem solving, and adaptability. He added that reimagine the traditional roles of teachers and students to enable teachers embrace the role of facilitators, guiding students on their learning journey rather than being mere transmitters of information. Integrate technology into the educational practices, considering the capacity of technology to bridge geographical gaps, provide access to a vast amount of knowledge, and enable interactive and immersive learning experiences. In session, innovating the JSS curriculum and pedagogy for a transformative and sustainable impact in the present and in the coming decade by Professor Charles Ongondo, Director CEO KICD, he explained that innovation could be viewed from different perspectives, including 1, what can we do differently? 2, what can we imagine doing? Or what we can create within our space that we haven't had? He also sought to reflect on the question, what does KICD do in terms of innovating the curriculum, and what is KEPSHA expected to do? He indicated that the main departure between CBC and the content-based 844 curriculum was the emphasis on learner participation and the role of teachers as facilitators of learning. He explained that what needed to be done differently was shifting focus from teacher-center to learner-center pedagogy. He highlighted the key considerations for innovating the junior school curriculum as 1, guiding purpose. The primary objective of the JSS curriculum is to offer learners a diverse educational experience. This experience should equip them with a comprehensive understanding of various subjects, enabling them to make informed decisions when choosing their educational pathways in senior school, aligning with their potential and talents. He also emphasized on revising learning areas. That is, initially, the Institute had conceptualized 14 different learning areas. However, it became apparent that streamlining these areas was necessary, starting in January. The curriculum will be restructured, condensing the 14 areas into 9. It's crucial to note that this revision does not omit any critical experiences from the curriculum. Rationalization focus. The rationalization of these areas revolves around 3 core principles. 1, integrating knowledge. The revised curriculum aims to facilitate the integration of knowledge across subjects. This ensures that students can see the interconnectedness of various topics, fostering a holistic understanding. Addressing overlaps, identifying and eliminating overlapping content between different learning areas is essential to streamline the curriculum. This will reduce redundancy and enhance the efficiency of learning. Interdisciplinary linkage. By linking learning experience between different learning areas, students can gain a more well-rounded and comprehensive education. He emphasized the role of KEPSHA in promoting instructional leadership and guaranteed that KICD would continue developing high-quality curriculum across board. Enumerated the new focus on the CBC as 1, enhancing engagement with the primary aim of making learning more interesting and engaging for students. 2, experiential learning by encouraging learners to actively participate and utilize the available resources to gain hands-on experience. Number 3, practical application, thereby striving to ensure that what is taught is directly applicable to the environment where children learn. Number 4, utility assessment to ensure practical value and relevance of the content assessed to the students' surroundings. Transforming teachers into action researchers, in the process empowering them to adapt and improve their teaching methods. In the session, learning from the JSS experience, the challenges and opportunities for effective comprehensive schools, Mr. David Obuhatsa, the chairperson, National Parents Association, explained that the CBC was built on several foundational pillars, among them parental empowerment and engagement. He emphasized the role of parents in education as CBC enters its transition towards senior school and college as core educators alongside the teachers. He outlined the need to consider parental empowerment and engagement, especially for parents with low literacy levels. He also highlighted the gaps in the JSS transition as inadequate system preparedness and lack of human resources, including teachers and adequate budgetary support. He emphasized the need to learn from past mistakes and ensure timely response to the challenges identified. He called on the Ministry of Education to sensitize the political class to support the system and its innovations. In the next session, changing the narrative of school heads as consumers of research and co-producers of impact for education, evidenced through partnership, facilitated by Dr. Emmanuel Manyasa, CEO Osawa Agenda. He encouraged school heads to focus on producing relevant professionals who would change the country's prospects. In the session, Data Protection Act and the Right to Privacy for Children in Kenya, Victor Ndede, the Digital Rights Manager, Amnesty International. He introduced Amnesty as an international human rights organization involved in protection and safety of children in schools and also policy advocacy to ensure the safety of learners in schools. He emphasized the importance of data protection and privacy, as well as reasonable controls by parents and legal guardians over the conduct of their children. Across board, various exhibitors appreciated existing partnership with KEPSHA, highlighted their products, and called on delegates to visit their exhibition booths for enhanced engagements and value addition. This included, among others, Counterfeit Authority of Kenya, Butter Shoe Company, Liberty Africa, Kenya Commercial Bank, Kenya Literature Bureau. That marks the end of the proceedings of yesterday's as it were. Thank you so much. May God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our National Secretary. Jamani, hiyo makofi ni kidogo sana. Wapi makofi ya National Secretary? Hebu tuweke kwa hewa kidogo. Weka kabisa. Weka kasi. Fungua kidogo. Engeza. Bandika. Ingine moja. Fungua kidogo. Panua zaidi. Bandika. Thank you very much, Madam Irene. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, how good is the morning? Muko poa? Oja Prince, the king, when he was in Kenya, aliuliza, ni aje wa Kenya? Do I ask the same question? Ni aje wa Kenya? Ebu salimia jirani yako upande wa kulia. Let me know whether you know where left and right is. Upande wako wa kulia. Umwambie, I love you. I love you. I love you. Huyo upande wako wa kushoto. Umwambie, I love KEPSHA. I love KEPSHA. Hello? Usiendelee zaidi? Usiendelee zaidi. Tafadhali komea hapo. Ladies and gentlemen, what a blessing day. Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia siku nzuri sana ya leo. Kweli si kweli? Tumefurahia, si ndio? Usiku wa jana tumeenjoy. I'll give you a story later in the course of the day. I met our colleagues in town. Hey, jana ilikuwa ni kizungumkuti. That is a story for another time. Ladies and gentlemen, our national chairman is in the house. And today we have a special person. I want to introduce to you. I'll be the chair of the session today, but we shall have somebody from the Royal Voice internationally. Somebody you have been meeting him in the screens. I want to admit this is the first time we're meeting face to face. I feel privileged. He will be our master of ceremony today, and this is none other than Mr. Johnson Makazi. A big clap to Mr. Johnson Makazi as he comes to take over the floor. Thank you very much, Pana Makazi. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for honoring our invitation. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those many remarks, I want to leave our brother Makazi, who will take us through the day. It's a very busy day. We shall be coordinating from here with him as we move on. Asante sana. God bless you. Enjoy the day.
It's a great honor to be here, and I celebrate all of you. Please turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, it's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. It's important to start from that point, because for us to make that impact in the present and future decades, we must be alive today and also wake up to the reality that in the next 100 years, none of us will be here. So we must have that impact today. And so I want to salute the national chairman. A big round of applause for him. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I celebrate you. And I celebrate all of you. Very quickly, before we go back to the program, please get your phones, get your phones, get your phones, get your phones. want us to engage. Get your phones, get your phones. I want you to, from the screen, I want you to go to menti.com, menti.com. Here you'll need to use your bundles for those who can. But we want to interact. I may not pass the microphone to everyone, and I want to celebrate Pastor Steve Nyatich. You see him here. He's been serving as a sign language interpreter for 25 years. A big round of applause for him. And so we want to give everyone a chance to share their thoughts. And this platform will enable us to do that. So I want you to go to menti.com, menti.com. Once you search, you'll be asked for a code. The code is on the screen. The code is 44 52 11 12. That code again, 44 52 11 12. Indeed, you are head teachers. Even before I finished the instructions, I can see 16, 17 people have finished, even before I gave the final instructions. So well done. You will see a thumbs up sign, click on it. Then I can see. Once you hear that sound, we'd kindly request that you wind up because of time. But very by Menti, just to understand that we are connecting, we're asking you a simple question. Which institution do you represent? So I can see KEPSHA. Which institution do you represent? So everything will be on Menti as we kick off. Ladies and gentlemen, as we start, eyes on the screen, eyes on the screen. We are learning. I tell you a quick story, then we kick off. A group of leaders went for a team building session. And one of them was told to stand on a platform, and he was supposed to close his eyes and drop himself on the ground, and then the rest of the people were supposed to hold him. It's called the trust game. Let's have the video. Let's have the video. So our good friend
fall, and it'll be an exercise in building trust.
So the leader is giving instructions saying,
step up here on this chair.
You will stand here.
All right, and then everybody fill in, and we're going to ask you to fall, and then they will catch you. So you have to trust us. I'm going to count to 3. Just relax and fall. Okay? 1, 2, 3. No, wait! No!
So it's possible to be in class and miss the point. But I'm glad you are head teachers, you get the point. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start. And we want to start very quickly. Appreciating our sponsors, those who have made it possible for us to have this event. And I'll give them 5 minutes each. Remember, once you start and you hear this sound, once you hear this sound, you have 10 seconds. And once you hear the music sound, kindly wind up. Ladies and gentlemen, to start us off, we want to appreciate the presence of this great sponsor. A big round of applause to UNICEF Limited. UNICEF.
Good morning, everyone. The National Chairman, the National Board, the Secretariat of KEPSHA, and delegates. I want to stand here and congratulate KEPSHA for their 20 years anniversary and also introduce myself. My name is Samson Kithika, and I am the Business Development Manager for UNICEF. Sorry, Brother Mokat. Asante sana, amenifikisha hapa leo. Atumwambi hapa ni wapi, tunasema asante, amenifikisha hapa leo. So to thank all of you for this opportunity, I want to share briefly about UNICEF. UNICEF is a leading educational organization, and it's a leading organization in terms of providing online learning. We believe that we are the leading African online education organization at the moment. We boast over 70,000 students or learners on our platform across economic structures to grow. And so as UNICEF, we are committed to do this in 3 ways. One, we are providing very generous scholarships. I believe across the board, we are among the top or among the best in terms of providing scholarships. 2, we have created an online digital platform that learning takes place. And then 3, we have partnered with various institutions across the globe where you can be able to get that learning executed from. And so if you want to learn more, kindly visit our table or our booth, and you'll be able to get more information in regards to the same. Of importance, earlier this year, we formed a partnership with KEPSHA. And why is this partnership important? Is because every member of KEPSHA and their immediate family is entitled to a guaranteed, and I repeat, a guaranteed 80% scholarship discount. What that means is you can be able to study at your own pace in a flexible manner, both in payment and learning, and not disrupt your work as a head teacher, as a teacher, or any other profession that you're in. So I would encourage you again to take advantage of this opportunity that KEPSHA and UNICEF have created. Visit our booth so that you can be able to look at the 80% framework and what that means for you and your immediate family. In celebrating the KEPSHA spirit of recognizing the 34 PhDs that we have in our midst, we also want to encourage you to come on board and add more teachers and head teachers to be part of this process. We have PhD programs that are available that you could take advantage of. We have master's and bachelor programs in the education sector and across the board. So you please, again, feel free to visit our stand. As I finish, yesterday as we began, or the day before yesterday, we've had quite a number of head teachers and teachers visit our booth, and we managed to explain to them what UNICEF means, what we are doing with KEPSHA, and we mentioned to them that there is going to be sort of a promotion, and out of that we are going to select a couple of teachers who are going to win free professional courses. We have 3 lucky head teachers and teachers who are going to get a free professional course from UNICEF through the UNICEF University and our partner university, University of California. So I will just mention their names, and if you're here, kindly move to our booth so that we can be able to facilitate the same for you. And we will be working together with the KEPSHA Secretariat on this. So the first teacher is Anne Rutere. Anne Rutere. I don't know if you're here. You could just raise your hand. I don't know if you're here. Then we have Bernard Otieno. Bernard Otieno, if you're here, maybe you could just raise your hand. And then lastly, we have Daniel K. Kibet. Daniel K. Kibet. So kindly find your way to our booth that you can be able to enjoy the privilege and the benefit. So lastly, thank you so much, KEPSHA. We promise and commit to work for the next 20 years with you. Asanteni sana.
Well done. A big round of applause to UNICAF. Thank you so much indeed, asante sana, and well done for keeping time. Makofi yake tafadhali. All right, we have a gold sponsor as well. Gold sponsor. A big round of applause to Oxford University Press. 5 minutes. Makofi yao tafadhali. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Yes, thank you so much. KEPSHA leadership and all the head teachers, good morning. My name is Stephen Emongor, working with Oxford University Press as an educational business advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to join you in celebrating the 20 years since your inception. From where I come from, when you join the elders who are of value and significance, there is what we say in my mother tongue, Iyalama. Tell your neighbor Iyalama, meaning thank you. Iyalama, thank you. And we also say Ijahasoni. We are together. That is the message we have for you. Oxford is together with you. Now, allow us to share with you something important. Look at the screen. This is where we are in CBC. We have the teacher. We have the student. Look at them. We have the parent. And we have the Ministry of Education. As we rethink into innovation, to chart the way forward, the ministry has already given us the way forward. And you heard it yesterday. The teacher is renovating his ways of delivery. Look at the screen. He's becoming a friendly teacher. Not the ones I knew when I was in school. Not the one I knew when I was in school. I want to thank God for you. You are transforming. Look at the student. The learner is ready to learn. The learner is in need of resources. The learner wants to do research because CBC has a lot of activities. And the parent is concerned and waiting for the outcome, the CBC outcome. Therefore, as Oxford University Press, we are here today to provide to you 3 key resources which we need for us to launch forward in junior school. The products are the dictionary, Oxford Advanced Learners, as you can see. Very important, colleagues, very important. Kamusi ya Kiswahili Sanifu Tuki, and our latest atlas, 360 degrees 3rd edition. I'm talking about these products because as a country already ahead, Twajivunia, we need to be proud that this is an English-speaking country and other countries are admiring us. Because I also got a chance to go abroad recently. I was in Tanzania. They are admiring our level of progress in English. Clap for yourselves. You have taken us a notch higher. I was also in Uganda. Got a chance to go abroad to Uganda. Right? They are admiring our Kiswahili. And it's because of you we are ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, the 360 degrees atlas, the Kamusi Sanifu, and the dictionary are key for junior school. These learners have come all the way, and they need to move into the level whereby they become scholarly. Look at the screen, 360 degrees atlas. I'll tell you one thing you need to come to our stand to see. It has a QR code. This is the only digital atlas which is supporting CBC digitally in Kenya today. And this is for both, a hybrid, for both junior school and senior school. That code, you can even scan it there and it's working. You see how digital it can be. If not, come with your phone, just come to Oxford Tent. We have experts there for you. Please come. Next, we have Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. My friends, this is what makes our junior school learners scholarly. This is what gives them research. Please play the video for this dictionary. Just play the video. There is no sound? Thank you. As they are playing the video, allow me to say this. This is the most updated dictionary in the world. The latest edition, 10th edition. If you are looking for one, iko hapa leo. We have it here. And because of that, it has a print version, it has a digital version. It has a print version, it has a digital version. Kindly play it. Play it. Just listen and see what we are doing. Okay. So, looks like there's a technical issue. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Clap for him. He has given me 5 more. Thank you. 5 more minutes. Thank you, brother. Play that thing. So, as he's setting it,
the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary is a comprehensive resource for learners of English recommended for students in grade 7 and Form 1. It features clear explanations of words and phrases as well as example sentences to help learners understand how to use them. The dictionary includes illustrations to help distinguish between different meanings of words and includes a focus on the most important words for learning English. Keywords are graded according to the Common European Framework reference, making it easy for learners to track their progress. The dictionary also includes access to the Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary app and premium online content, making it an excellent tool for students preparing for exams and presentations or simply looking to improve their vocabulary and language skills. Only buy genuine products. Piracy is a crime.
Thank you so much. Looking at your screen, just to recap what the video said. This dictionary has a print copy that we are having here today with 60,000 words. And the digital copy has 86,000 words. And look at the meanings in the digital copy. The digital version, which is an app and a premium online, has 112,000 meanings. Meanings. 112,000 meanings, my friends. It also has 237,000 examples of meanings. If you are looking for a dictionary for junior school, I want to assure you, I've taken time to look at that product. It has all the synonyms you are teaching in that class, the antonyms, the homophones. It has everything. The phrasal verbs. This is in our curriculum design for junior school. And look at listening and speaking as a strand. You need a dictionary. Look at writing skills. We have writing skills. We have the writing tutor in this dictionary. Just come to our stand. We show you all the aspects, the writing tutor, the speaking tutor. We have everything for you. The online app can be accessed in your phone. I have one here. And when you come with your smartphone to our tent here, we'll be able to demonstrate to you. At the click of the button, when you click the button, the pronunciation comes up. The pronunciation for the words comes up. Just come and test it there and see the progress that we have done as Oxford for junior school. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not be left behind. As the world progresses in the language, people are admiring what we are doing. This is the only time this learner requires a dictionary, the atlas, and the kamusi. There's no other time. If they don't get it now, the rest of their life, you can be assured they will not have the dictionary. So we have something to do about that. We are going to give an offer at our tent. We are going to give a pack of dictionary and kamusi at only 2,300 shillings. You are going to save 700 shillings in that pack. Please come and we'll be able to give you that. Lastly, allow me to thank you so much for listening to us. There is a raffle question. Even as we welcome our visitors, our dignitaries, there is a raffle question on your screen. Please, you will stand a chance to win. Take note of it and allow me to announce the winners for yesterday. The yesterday winners, Immaculate Mala from Gracious Day Immatet School, Nairobi. You have a gift from Oxford. Please come to Oxford tent. Another winner from yesterday's raffle We have Margaret Muture, Kieni Primary School, Machakos. Come to our stand. And to everyone, Oxford loves you so much. Come, we have experts here. We are going to talk to you. We will pick your contracts. We will celebrate you, and we will come to your schools. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Well done. Well done. Makofi tafadhali to Oxford Press. Asante sana. Let's just have Menti very quickly. Let's see what's happening on Menti. So which institution do you represent? Which institution do you represent? So these are the schools we have very quickly. I can see Mombasa Junior, Kurasa Junior School, Bungoma County. These are so many. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next question very quickly. Next question, I just want to find out, how many times have you attended the KEPSHA conferences? Is it your first time? Is it your second time? More than 5 times? More than 10 times? Liberty Africa, karibu sana, 5 minutes. Makofi yake tafadhali. Liberty Africa, karibu sana. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Johnston Mwakazi. My name is Lawrence Mora, and I'm representing Liberty Africa Technologies. This is our first time to attend the KEPSHA conference, and we are having a fantastic time. Thank you very much for all the delegates who visited us yesterday. I'm sure you must be happy wherever you are. And I'm sure that you got to get information of what Liberty Africa or COASASA does for you. So just to recap, for those who are not here yesterday, we are a financial services company, and we pride ourselves in being the leader of offering quick, convenient, value-adding financial solutions in the form of short-term check-off loans. So we are here to make sure that your stay in Mombasa is as prolonged as you wish. Let not financial constraints come between you and your activities. We are here because we want to make sure that whatever it is that you wish to undertake can be taken care of in case of a financial shortage that you might come across. So without further ado, I would like to thank the National Executive Board, the Secretariat of KEPSHA. I would like to thank all the delegates in this conference, visitors, and to also thank all those that visited us yesterday at our booth. And we wish to welcome you again to explore more of the solutions that we have for you. Just maybe to introduce COASASA. We offer short-term loans to all public servants, and these are quick check-off loans. The beauty about our services is that you get to apply and get the disbursement of the finances that you need on the same day. This comes with very little or very minimal paperwork, and we are able to make sure that whatever it is that you've applied for is taken care of by the end of the day without too much back and forth. So we wish to encourage you to come and see the kind of services that we offer, the various products that are on a product line, and you can be able to appreciate the fact that you will also realize that you will be able to get a financial solution at the lowest interest rate possible at this moment in time. We understand the financial constraints that everybody is going through, and basically, for us to be able to offer these solutions at a very affordable rate is a plus for everyone. On top of that, I announced yesterday a partnership that we have with Safaricom. This partnership is to help teachers and also the rest of the the rest of the public service employees to be able to acquire internet connection devices. And these internet connection devices come with a bundled internet package for 6 months. We have two options for this particular facility. Option number one, you're able to acquire an internet device for 18,000 shillings, and we are able to also offer you a Lipa Pole Pole plan, where you're able to pay 2,999 shillings per month for 6 months. We also have another option of 24,000 shillings. This also comes with an internet connection data subscription at a repayment amount of 3,999 shillings per month for 6 months. This repayment plan is basically to enable you be able to acquire an internet device which you can be able to utilize in your area of residence. That is in your home. It's a device that you can also be able to share with your colleagues in school. You can connect. That means while you are in your staff room, you do not have to worry about internet connection. All you need to do is to share your password with your fellow colleagues. The same thing can happen at home, where you'll be able to support your children, you'll be able to support your visitors with internet connection. Those people who actually undertake research, you're able to use this device to also undertake your research without you're able.
Our title sponsor, makofi yao tafadhali, 10 minutes. Karibu sana, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hamjambo. We are greatly honored to be here this morning. My name is Naomi Ndele, and I am head of SME and agribusiness in KCB Bank. And we truly appreciate the partnership with KEPSHA and the great honor to be the title sponsors of the KEPSHA 2023 AGM and celebration of the 20th anniversary. So I will take you through quickly what we do at KCB Bank. We are your partners in the financial sector, and we are delighted that we can be a partner in this great event. So a quick overview about KCB Bank. We are a KCB group. If you remember, years back it was called Kenya Commercial Bank, but now we are referred to as KCB Group. It is because we are in 7 different countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, sections to come. So we are a solution for energy, clean energy, where we are encouraging schools to take up the LPG gas solution. So if you have a school, a boarding school, or a school where you provide meals, we would encourage you the LPG equipment and LPG gas. We are working closely with partners who can enable you have this equipment fixed at your school. Remember, the LPG will enable you to save lighting using firewood. It will also enable your environment, the school, to be safe. No smoke foods, no smoke that irritates the eyes and the nose. So it is not only an energy saving, it is also a health solution to enable our children live in a very environment safe ecosystem. So moving on to the loans, we also are able to buy or purchase plots that will enable you to build the JSS facilities. It will also enable you come up with laboratories and home science buildings, and even enable you buy the equipment that you will be able to furnish these particular structures. We also have personal loans for teachers. I believe my colleague yesterday took you through up to 8 million unsecured. We also have student cards for enabling you to manage the student school pocket money and any money that the child brings to school. this is an important one because also it enables you monitor the behavior of children in your schools. With this, there's no loose money in the school, no cash that is being spent all over without the school knowing what is going on. So it is important that you take advantage of this particular prepaid card. We will register your school, we will take all the details of your students, we will issue the cards with the student name, and it will enable you track the student transactions that will enable you monitor the behavior. So this is important for traceability. And where you have point of sale, the school is selling things or the students are buying from a tuck shop, then you will know exactly what they are buying. Finally, is the L&K solution, and this one we call Lipa na KCB. I know you've seen this VUMA sign, KCB VUMA. KCB VUMA works with a pay bill or a till number. We will give you, register your school, give your school a number which you can give to your parents to enable them settle any payments directly to the school account. So please feel free to talk to us at the tent. We have a very, very wide solution bouquet that will enable you manage your school more efficiently. Indeed, we are honored to be here and we thank you for listening to us. Asanteni.
Makofi tafadhali to the title sponsor, Asante Sana. Now, another beautiful round of applause. All the speakers have kept time. Makofi yao tafadhali. I didn't have to play the music. Well done. Let's have Menti very quickly. We are ready for the first session. So we asked you, how many times have you attended the KEPSHA conferences? So let's see the results. We have 40% attending this conference for the first time. Makofi yao tafadhali. They've made it. Now, I'm also very interested in the more than 10 times because we're celebrating 20 years. So makofi to those 11%. Final question for now. Let's move on to the next question. Everyone on your phones, we're asking you, what have you learned so far? What have you learned personally? What stood out for you since yesterday? Just type it in and you can indicate your name. We just want to get a feel of what you learned. Everything is on your phone. What have you learned so far? What have you learned so far? Then I'll tell you a brief story, then we enter into today's very key discussion. Powerful. All of us need to really be part of the engagement. Educating the head, the hand, and the mind. What a...
So bad, but I got some principal's office for Saturday. And he said to me, Kim, when you go back to class, just try sitting on your hands. So I did. I went back to class and I felt myself starting to tap. I did this. I sat on my hands. And that worked for about 5 seconds. Once I got this tapping in class, and the teacher, Mr. Jensen, looked at me and he yelled. And he said, Clint, stay after class. And I thought to myself, this is it. I am done. I've always been the type of person who believes that single. And this was one. Sitting there. He walked past me, sat next to the desk. Looked at me right in the eye and said, And then
You are not a problem. I want to believe that's who you are. Because one person told me, Johnson, you have a rich voice. That person lifted me up from the streets of Kibra, slums, living in a muddy house, with my mother working as a cleaner in town. And by God's grace, I have traveled the globe, by God's grace. And so as we talk about educating the head, the hand, and the mind, it's absolutely real. And to guide us through that discussion for the next 30 minutes because of time, please put your hands together. We have Dr. Purity Ngina. A big round of applause for her, Dr. Purity Ngina. Karibu sana. Welcome. 30 minutes. Okay. Sorry for that.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. KEPSHA Chairman, Ms. Nzioka, the National Executive Committee, the National Government Council of KEPSHA, all educators in attendance, the over 10,000 delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dr. Purity Ngina. I work for a research organization called Zizi Afrique. We conduct research and generate evidence on foundational learning, on parental engagement, and on life skills and values. And our vision is that every child should get the skills for learning, living, and thriving. I'm supposed to talk about educating the head, the heart, and the hand, just to correct, not the mind. And those three things for me are very fundamental. And I'll start this conversation with a story of someone called Lazarus, or Lazlos Polga. He lived in Hungary, and he was born in 1946. And he wanted to prove that everybody is born a genius. He studied over 400 biographers, of course, of his time, people like Socrates, people like Einstein, and he was mesmerized by realization that they all started very young. He wanted to prove that everyone is born with immense potential, that if a parent took the right approach to child upbringing, you could turn any healthy newborn into a genius. He would share this eureka moment with his long-term girlfriend called Clara, who was a language teacher from Ukraine, with request that they could marry and use their children for research. And she agreed. Of course, she was in love. They discussed the best fields to venture in, from mathematics to language to poetry. And they settled on chess, because both of them were not good in chess playing or chess as a game. So they knew no one would argue with the fact that he was able to prove that. The experiment started in 1960, late 1960. Some people would say it started in 1970, with simple premise that any child has innate capacity to become a genius in every chosen field. They decided to homeschool their children, to introduce them to chess. In the living room, in the toilet, everywhere, there were chess books, chess toys. And the three girls that they got, Susan, Sophia, and Judith, would become the greatest chess player. Even now, I think we still celebrate those women, especially one of them who became, for 20 years, the high-ranked chess player in the world. So Lazarus was able to prove that everybody is born a genius. And that is where, for me, I want us to start this conversation. That we need to understand that all the children that we get in our classroom, they have immense potential. And we just need to educate them, to educate their head, to educate their heart, and to educate their minds. And I look at it in three ways. The power of assessment. Teachers, all of us, me included, I'm a teacher of maths and chemistry. We are the Lazarus to the learners. You expose them to everything, but also identify what is good in them. Assessment, for example, especially formative assessment, is your tool to say Amina is good in STEM, or Amina is good in social sciences, or Amina is good in arts. This calling and a mind shift is even more important and urgent in the context of CBC. But remember, Amina is born a genius to become the greatest. So assessment is very critical, especially when you think about the senior school and how we want, and the three pathways we want for our children. The power of research. I can't really underscore the importance of evidence. If you look at the three girls of Mr. Lazarus, it is because the father had read 400 biographers of great men and women that he was able to realize that there's something special about how you raise your children. Similarly, CBC is a very novel curriculum. If you ask many of us before yesterday when we had Professor Ongondo taking us through what is CBC and the 5 things he talked about, probably we were all lost. Is it a content? Is it pedagogy? Is it instruction? What is it for sure? If someone was to ask, your neighbor was to ask, explain to me what CBC is all about, what would you say? What would be your response? Is it the change in content? If you go to class and you taught maybe an CBC class and you expose them to maths, has the content changed? Or is it our pedagogy and our instruction that need to change so that we become facilitators? As school leaders, we have to be in the forefront of helping teachers understand the power of research and evidence. We must be the people who bring the learning to learn competence, which is part of the 7 core competencies. Through research, we shall be innovative and creative. We shall challenge our thoughts and have a paradigm shift. This is why for us at Zizi Afrique, we believe in power of evidence on what works, but in what context, not just what works. The power of collaboration. I think all of us appreciate the power of collaboration. We, for example, and you can read from the magazine that you have on page 42, we have collaborated with many stakeholders and developed assessment tool for those core competencies, the complex one. And 47 of East Africans have been trained on how to assess core competencies, and 45,000 adolescents assessed. And we have contributed to the national conversations and also feeding back to SDG 4.7. I look at my story working for Zizi Afrique and the story of Lazarus and the wife Clara of collaboration for a common good, education. We need to cultivate the power of whole school approach. We need to cultivate the power of whole school approach and community approach, learning beyond the classroom walls. where the community and the parents are involved. For instance, the CBC has emphasized 7 core competencies and 7 values, and I want to pick one of them, self-efficacy, and tell you a bit of my story. In 2002, I sat for KCPE in a very small school called Bireri Primary School in the slopes of Mount Kenya. My mother, though uneducated, could tell me the power of education, but that time it was not real. I got 235 marks, but she insisted that purity, believe in yourself, you can do this. In 2003, I would sit for another KCPE exam, and I got 369 marks after 1 year of believing the words of my mother. And 16 years later, in 2018, I would become the youngest person to get a PhD in mathematics in this country. Thank you. If you look at my story of this girl who disseminated information on how to secure ourselves, we saw young people shopping for the elderly. We saw the police even burying our people. That is so much love. That is the heart. And the hand, until the heart is educated to love, to care, to show kindness, to promote peace, to respect, to empathize in the area of emotional intelligence, to help the world achieve global peace, and to avoid catastrophes of wars like the ones happening currently in Russia, Ukraine, Palestine, and Israel, even closer home, Niger and Mali, and others, which brings humanitarian suffering, especially to children and women. Mahatma Gandhi's last words in his memo, touching on holistic education to humanity, goes by the quote, "Education without character makes one a little devil." In this line, and in an effort to address Mahatma Gandhi's last wishes in education, let's endeavor, ladies and gentlemen, to educate the head, to educate the heart, and to educate the heart. If this has to be done, we in this room have to be at the forefront. Remember, Amina is born with immense potential. Let's nurture her. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will take this chance to welcome my colleague, Virginia Gidiru. Virginia Gidiru is the Director of Programs at Zizi Afrique, and she has worked in the space of education for over 10 years. She has done a lot of work in foundational learning. Most of you who have interacted with teaching at the right level methodology, we call her the mother of catch-ups and how to nurture children who have been left behind. And she will going to take us through a panel discussion on parental engagement. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Virginia Gidiru from Zizi Afrique Foundation. Thank you.
So the national treasurer will issue that. Makofi tafadhali.
Education, working with children, girls and women. And through her work at ICS, which in full is investing in children and their societies, he has been instrumental in advocating for the design and implementation of scalable innovations towards the protection of children and prevention of gender violence. So karibu sana, if you can join me in welcoming Beatrice to the panel. My second panelist is a teacher and a parent, Madam Jemima Nyamai. She is a head teacher and a dedicated CBC facilitator, specializing again in working with children. She heads Kinderstart School in Nairobi, and has a B.Ed from Kenyatta University, and quite passionate about children's issues. Allow me to also invite our third panelist, who is Samuel Mwaimbewa. And Samuel holds an MA in Gender and Development, and currently pursuing an MA in Project Planning at University of Nairobi. He currently works for Greek Africa, which is a national NGO based in Nairobi, and working in East Africa on matters parental engagement. Currently, he is supporting the MELS, or the Monitoring, Evaluation and Learning, Parental Empowerment and Engagement in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania through Greek. So if you could allow me, join me in welcoming the panelists, and we just give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. So if we could have the slides on. Okay. All right. So allow me to introduce this session by just speaking a little bit about parental engagement and empowerment and the kind of work we have been doing alongside these very critical partners. We are members of a network called Really Africa, or Regional Education Learning Initiative in Africa. I had 3 slides that I wanted to showcase for this session, but I could briefly introduce us to it. So when we think about parental engagement, I took some time to also read through the Presidential Working Party report, the recommendations that were there. And I think we can all relate to the challenges that are within our system on matters engaging parents. And ranging from limited awareness, to the kind of engagements that these parents have, in that sometimes they are not at home, they are away, but they're expected to support their children. But also this whole challenge of, the kind of expectations, the kind of inputs that they need to make in order to support and facilitate the learning of their children. All these make this whole business quite complex. And as we shift towards the comprehensive school kind of structure, we're expecting that we will be now dealing with a wider pool of parents. Sometimes these challenges, if not really critically looked into, may be compounded much more than they are currently. And therefore, it is prudent that amongst ourselves, we pause and consider, and that's why we have these 3 panelists, to listen to what are some of the insights we have around the strategies that we can onboard or we can leverage in promoting the engagement of these parents. So part of that initiative, we are working on a framework that has identified 4 key strategies that, if we leveraged on that, would really help us in tapping onto parental engagement. But allow me to engage these panelists in a conversation, and at the end of it all, we shall be coming back to ask ourselves, what are our takeaways in terms of what we need to bring parents on board. So I'll begin with Beatrice. And as I introduced Beatrice has been working with ICS Africa and is quite renowned in the field of parental engagement in Kenya. And I'll invite her at this juncture to just talk to us around what her experiences have been working on parental engagement programs at scale, and some of the strategies I think we can take away as we think through what could we do with parents as we go back to our respective institutions. So Beatrice.
Thank you, Dr. Virginia, to the National Chair, the officials of KEPSHA, delegates, sponsors, and exhibitors. Good morning. Good morning once again. It's a great day. Allow me to congratulate you also on your 20th anniversary as we start this conversation. Head teachers are a powerful agents of change. The power of transformation that you hold in your hands is great. And I don't know how many of you have counted how many children have passed through your hands, and to celebrate yourselves for the good work that you continue to do. We celebrate all of you. So thank you, Dr. Virginia, for the question. In the context of competency-based curriculum, the discussion started yesterday on the important role of parental empowerment and engagement. It's easier said than done in most instances, and the experiences we have with over 100 primary schools here in Kenya shows that when parents are engaged, when they're empowered to be part of the learning process, then children perform better in school, attendance is consistent, they are motivated to learn, we experience positive behaviors, and so many more benefits that Dr. Purity also talked about in her presentation. But we all know that parents are also experiencing a lot of challenges in being involved and engaged in the lives of their children. challenges that range from their lack of knowledge on how they should support their children in learning. They're also experiencing time issues because they are competing priorities. There are also experiences around illiteracy, and therefore they don't feel confident. And most critical, that is relating to all of us, is sometimes the experiences they get when they come to school is not enriching enough to inspire them. So we've been working with the government to enroll parents in parent engagement programs across the country to just ensure they're inspired enough to support their children in learning at home, but also to collaborate with the teachers in school to promote these benefits that I've just talked about. And sometimes it's not easy, and we could ask ourselves as head teachers, what could we do? There are a number of structures and platforms within our schools that we have to engage parents, from the PA meetings to the PTA meetings to the academic clinics, but sometimes these are not enriching enough. When we talk about parental engagement, it's actually much more than inviting them to a meeting and telling them what they need to do. We have to get into a conversation where we talk with parents and not to parents. And I think that makes all the difference to surmount all these challenges that we experience. And I know within the school environment, there are limited time to engage with parents, and that's why collaboration with other actors, from the National Parents Association to other departments in government to CSOs, can work together with you to scale parental engagement, so that together with the teachers, you can be able to collaborate together to improve attendance, to improve academic achievement, to improve motivation in learning, but also to make your work easier, because improving education outcomes is a collaborative effort. So for you to share in this responsibility, I think we are moving away from parental involvement to parental empowerment and engagement. And it means working in partnership with parents and caregivers, and even extending it to the learners and the community members. And there are many actors, including the Directorate of Social Development in government, who are running national parenting programs. We need to empower parents. You need to inspire them through the PA meetings, PA engagements, PTA meetings, to be part of this program, so that together we are able to have a collective responsibility in ensuring that our learners achieve and reach their dreams. And I think sometimes we also need to create that time as head teachers, as teachers, to build our capacity on issues around communicating with parents, issues around relationship building, conflict resolution in schools. It's the first low-hanging fruit that we need to do, because as I said earlier, parental empowerment and engagement is easier said than done. But it starts from us being empowered on communicating, relating well, conflict resolution, and those are other factors. So as I conclude, it is important to do this job in collaboration with other actors. The government of Kenya launched the National Parenting Program on May 15th of this year, and parents are encouraged to enroll. So kindly, let's create a conducive platform to engage with parents within the school environment. Their experiences are positive where they are adequately engaged, where they participate in decision-making processes, and we have seen the outcomes in terms of the mean score, pro-social behaviors in schools, and general, the school climate becomes better and your work becomes easier. So we invite you to collaborate with Zizi Afrique and ICS to expand parent engagement programs in the different counties where we are. If you miss anything, I think what we are talking about is let's talk with parents. Let's not talk to them, because it makes all the difference in the school for them to be able to participate in supporting the learning outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. And as Beatrice speaks, I think a number of issues are coming up. One aspect on self-efficacy of the parents. And I think when you talk to most parents, and especially when it comes to supporting aspects such as homework, then it becomes a whole conversation around what can we expect? What can we realistically expect parents to support with regards to homework? And how can we make it, tailor it to the level that they are able to feel that they are sufficiently equipped to work with it? I was reading a report, and there was this comment, or that there was a statement that was made in that report, as I invite some, that a school or an institution that is pursuing parental involvement leads with the mouth. So we are always telling parents, you have to do this, you have to do the other, you have to follow this route. But at school that is committed, or an institution that is committed to genuine collaboration and engagement with parents, will lead with its ears and its heart. That you're inviting these parents to the space where you belong, acknowledging that they have capacities they possess, but there are also capacities that they lack. And at that juncture, I want to invite Sam just to share with us what are the experiences within Kajiado County, and what has emerged as critical in trying to onboard these parents who sometimes feel so disengaged and disconnected to the process of learning.
Thank you, Virginia, and thank you to the head teachers. Congratulations for the 20 years. I think, Virginia, what we're learning is parents want to be engaged in their children's learning. But the question that comes out is, are the school willing to engage the parents? Or is this a space which is a preserve for teachers and teachers alone? So from the pilot we did in 40 plus schools is, yes, the parents want to be engaged. Yes, the parents want to participate in their children's learning. But the bigger question is the school environment allowing them to effectively engage with the teachers. Or are the teachers making this a domain only for teachers? Because by the fact that a parent takes his child to school, already they are willing for their child to succeed. No parent wants to take their child to school to fail. So the bigger question is, how are the schools opening their arms to welcome parents and not making it a preserve only of teachers to engage? And this we are seeing in Kajiado and a bit of Laikipia, where we're doing this parental empowerment and engagement program. Thanks, Virginia.
All right. Thank you so much, Sam. And I know when we are talking about parents, such as those in Kajiado, a number of issues will emerge. We talk of issues of belongingness, how connected, how much can they relate with the institution. And simple aspects such as language. I remember some parents raising and sharing that they don't feel easy about coming to school because there is no teacher who speaks the local language. So sometimes we are not cognizant of some of these very fundamental catalysts that would make the environment much more inviting, much more welcoming. And I think it's a reflection as heads of institution that when we are going back and seeking to engage these parents, are we connected to the realities that they have? If, for instance, we have parents who are not available during the week because maybe they are in the farms, like parents I work with in Tana River, they are always away during the week and come back home during the weekends. How do we tailor our parental engagement programs to be able to speak to the realities of that? And I would like to invite Jemima, maybe just to share experiences from a school leader's perspective, but also from a parent's perspective, on what is really emerging as some of the insights we can take away from her experience. So Jemima, over to you.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Yes, the head teacher of a private school in Buruburu. And before I start, I would wish to give a story from experience. We have this learner where we gave instructions that go and make a toy using locally available materials. Where am I heading to? For a parent to be engaged, this parent needs to be empowered through training, through the competencies, communication and collaboration. A parent went and bought an improvised toy from the local sellers. When the child came, we could tell that this is not the learner's work. So I had to engage the parent. I had to communicate to the parent. When you are when a parent who is empowered has a positive attitude towards these projects. So the parent was like, I thought buying it is an item that has been made using locally available material, be able to achieve. Then I had to ask the parent, did this child gain a skill? So from my experience, I noted for a parent to be engaged, this parent need to be empowered through trainings. And for us to conduct trainings, you need to identify the immediate challenges for you to be able to come up with outcomes as you try to sensitize these parents. So it is possible, it is workable. From experience, identify the immediate challenges, come up with the outcomes, sensitize these parents through trainings for you to be able, remember CBC gears to nurturing every learner's potential through the competencies. And it begins with us. If a parent is not able to communicate to this child, Just as simple as greetings. When you wake up in the morning, greet. Many a times our parents are not aware of the minor things that affect our children. So through the take-home activities, through the extended activities, through the empowerment, I am sure we are able to nurture every learner's potential. A good example, we have the IEP, the Individualized Education Program. Many are parents who do not have enough knowledge on this program. So a parent who has such a child will not be able to handle these children through engagement. So when the parent is sensitized on how to handle this child, after now as the heads of institution, identifying the immediate challenges in the environment, having good teacher-parent relationship, working well through the engagement cuts across through the school community. We have the teachers, we have other stakeholders. All of us should be reading the same page in the empowering these parents for them to be able to be engaged and make sure at the end of each level, the learning outcomes are achieved. By the end of this, when the parents are aware of what is expected of them at the beginning of a new academic calendar and keep on reminding and engage them positively, having positive attitudes toward them, I am sure we are going to nurture every learner's potential. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Beatrice. And it felt like you're already, but in a different experience, these same administrators are faced with the challenge of these parents are not available. So how can we innovate around these guidelines? How can we innovate to make sure that this lack of awareness is still addressed, even though we will not be having this, physical presence of the teachers or of the parents within the institutions? Maybe speaking a little bit about innovation, but also largely in leveraging the resources. And Jemima has alluded to that, in that parental engagement is not just about that single parent who walks into our space. It is about an entire community, and we can learn from this convening how we have so many partners coming on board, because these head teachers, these school administrators, is a partnership business. So how do we start realizing and taking advantage of the resources around our learning institutions to be able to achieve this very goal and in a way be able to address this lack of connection with the parents?
Thank you very much, Virginia. Indeed, KICD published the National Parenting Empowerment and Engagement Guidelines that are supposed to guide all schools in terms of how they engage parents. And we know about the challenges of engaging parents. So there are many creative ways that head teachers can embrace to be able to make this alive in their schools. One is meetings that we already have in school, enriching those conversations. Because sometimes when we are called for parents' meeting, we know it's school fees, we need to contribute here and there. So beyond those critical discussions, it's having an elaborate agenda in terms of how do we make our schools safe? How do we make our learners more motivated? And you would be surprised the ideas that parents have. Even here, we've done Mentimeter, for example, to get our ideas and insights and questions to answers. So the first low-hanging fruit is about enriching the agenda and the discussions of the PTA meetings, the PA meetings, the academic meetings, the structure. You're discussing much more than school fees, but looking at other learning outcomes that could affect attendance, academic achievement, and collaboration with other partners. The other strategy that has worked across 100 schools in the 10 counties where we work is actually collaborating with other actors outside of the... I'm sure we are all parents here, and if you look at the job description of a parent, it can be as broad, and we are alive to the challenges of time commitment that parents need to do. but you know how you'd like the school of your child to get you involved. I think the starting point, Virginia, is enriching the platforms and the structures. We don't want to add more parallel structures that could overload the head teachers, but how do you define an agenda that comes from the learners, that comes from the children, and then progressively within the school environment you're able to handle it, but more extensively head teachers to collaborate with other actors outside of the school to ensure parents are able to enroll in parenting programs.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Beatrice, and I'm cognizant of the time from the MC. Enriching the agenda and making it, a space where we discuss all pertinent issues. And I think I'll use this opportunity to just share the slides on the third slide on my PowerPoint. I don't know whether we are able to have it up now. But this is just resonating with the realities of, issues of safety, issues around voice and agency of parents, but also, speaking to a former teacher who mentioned, sometimes these parents, if they gang up against you, it is also about the job security of the teacher or the administrator concerned. So there is this whole business of trying to curate an environment that is really all-encompassing and considerate of the realities that exist within these spaces. So if we could move to the next slide, Carlo, thank you. Now, listening to this panel, and in the interest of time, I wish we had more time to just share this. We have been doing extensive work, having conversations with parents, with institutions, and 4 things emerge. One is the spirit of collaboration. How do we pursue genuine collaboration? How do we invest in inclusive communication channels? But also, how do we take advantage and leverage the existing resources that we have, even as we seek to build the capacities of our parents, and also to build our own capacities in terms of building those relationships and nurturing them as they are in this room on the parental engagement issues. Please join me in applauding our panelists.
We'll allow one question from the audience. Let's have Menti, please. Let's have Menti. There are questions via Menti. You're using Menti. So we said, what are your questions and comments? We'll just take 2 questions because of time. The first question that was asked here, just at the top, how should we handle uncooperative parents? Let's go down, let's go, aha. Okay, let's take another 3 minutes.
All right. Our engagement with over 100 tasks beyond that which we are aware about. So, and I think it's calling upon the schools also to create mechanisms where we reach the farthest behind. In the spirit of sustainable development goals, these parents, getting closer and going beyond the ordinary. COVID, pathetic, our empathy to these parents and go try to get them to wherever they are. And I know Sam has done a lot of that in terms of creating spaces within the community, because sometimes the school is not as safe for these parents. And I would like him to just share in half a minute, and then half a minute to Beatrice on what else can we take.
Sure. Thanks, Virginia. I think it's being innovative. When you find that parents are not coming to school, where else can you meet the parents? For us, working in Kajiado, it has been very effective meeting parents in communities than in schools. So we're leveraging the community spaces to meet parents. And it's working more, especially for the male parents. They don't want to come to schools, but they come to community convening. So that's where we push the PE agenda. So that's what we work on. Beatrice?
In addition to what Sam has said, sometimes call them to school when there are good things to celebrate. Some of them shy away because all the time when they're invited to school, it's to resolve issues. So what we have also seen work, sometimes invite them to celebrate the wins that you're experiencing in school. It's also good to involve them in an audit within the school of the things that are going well, the things that are not going well, and what do they think they can be able to do about it. So it's simple issues, and as I said in my earlier conversation, it's also about sometimes taking the bold step as head teachers, as administrators, to learn about communication skills, to learn about conflict management, to learn about how you can strengthen the teacher-parent bond, the teacher-learner bond. All these things cumulatively contribute to that climate where a parent can field. And I think as our role becomes more of a facilitator, It's also about you wearing the special glasses to see the early warning signs that something could be wrong at home that deny this parent the opportunity to come to school. So those community spaces are important, but also invite them when you're celebrating good things, not only when things are going wrong or when you need money. That makes all the difference.
All right. Thank you so much. And I will beg to...
Asante. A big round of applause to the panel. Makofi yao tafadhali. And thank you so much for your comments. So the Vice Chair has an award for this particular panel discussion. Makofi yao tafadhali wanapopokea zawadi yao kwa kutuzungumzia kwa njia halisi. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. As
we also, in line with the Auditor General, come up with the fixed asset register, so that at least you keep record of what you have in your schools. I know we have a lot of many of these products. When you visit our stands, we don't want you to carry so many materials as you go home. Come and register the contacts of the persons who supply you in schools, who conduct them. They will get all the books, all the registers, and our products stocked in their shops or in their premises, and you get them there in January. In also line to promote what you do, we have developed what we call the curriculum or the competence-based curriculum assessment books from PP1 to grade 7 so far, and you'll also be getting these products when you go back into your schools in January. Enjoy your stay here in Mombasa, and also as you go home, we also make another announcement. As a group of companies, we are the producers of the fresh fry as Pwani oils. So we also urge you as you go on for your Christmas festivities, remember us, and may God bless you. Tutakuwa pamoja nanyi mpaka Friday.
Asante sana. Makofi ya kartasi. Thank you so much. Asante. Hata ametubakishia dakika. Naomba tafadhali sote tusimame pole pole tu, tusimame pole pole. Tumeketi kuanzia asubuhi. Tusimame tu pole 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 pole. Na naomba tutizame runinga. Let's look at the screens. This is just a simple. Okay. Get ready. We want to make sure that you are healthy and ready for the future. So tutaanza na warm up ya neck. Okay. Okay. 21. Everybody. Well done. Next. Shoulders, shoulders. Get ready, everybody, get ready. Let's go. Okay, let's go. 1, 2, 3. We want to engage lessons from the Communications Authority of Kenya child online protection. But before that, let's appreciate Honorable Professor Phyllis Barto ako hapa. Makofi yake tafadhali. MP Moiben. Tuko na Honorable Nabwera Daraja, makofi yake tafadhali. Tuko na Collins Oyu. Alifika, tulisalimiana, makofi yake tafadhali. Secretary General Nat. Na pia Patrick pia ako hapa, National Chairman, makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to Madam Patricia Mushiri, Head of Department Public Education and Awareness Communications Authority of Kenya. Karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali.
How many minutes?
Sure.
How long? Good morning, everybody. Chairperson, KEPSHA, leadership from the ministry, leadership from Teacher Service Commission, head teachers, representatives of county governments, fellow facilitators, participants, hamjambo. Kiswahili yangu imefika hapo. Lakini I'm here and I'm honored to represent the Director General, Acting Communications Authority of Kenya, Mr. Christopher Wambua, who could not be here because he had a family bereavement. And this is an event that CA has never missed for the last 8 years. So we are honored to be here. We are honored to be your valuable partner, and we appreciate the work of KEPSHA. So as you've heard, my name is Patricia Mushiri. I'm an acting director in charge of public education and awareness, and I'm here to make a brief presentation on our child online protection campaign that we launched at this same event 8 years ago. And you will see the work we have done, and we think KEPSHA has been a very valuable partner. So allow me to now begin on my campaign. Congratulations, by the way, for turning 20. What an awesome number. Asanteni sana. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so when we talk of child online protection, I've been told I have 15 minutes, so I'll try and really be quick. We are basically talking about a holistic approach that is a response to any potential risks and harms that children or youth may face when interacting with the cyberspace. COP is about what impacts either threats to your personal data, to your privacy, and this may include online harassment, could include bullying, could include cyber stalking, could include sexual exploitation through grooming, sexual abuse, and other vices. Next. So when we talk about child online protection, the framework or the guidance has been given by the International Telecommunications Union, which is the UN agency responsible for matters ICT. And basically, it is a global agreement that the internet has transformed how we live. Every single day we're interacting with the internet. It is also agreed that it has been entirely integrated into the lives of our children. I think we've accepted that as parents, guardians, administrators, and stakeholders in education. And it is difficult to even separate for the children what the internet is for them in the physical world and in the virtual world. In 2019 specifically, over half of the world population, 1 in every 3 users was a child between the ages of 0 to 18. 71% of the youth were actually online. And I think that's why we are having a conversation today about the gaps and opportunities and how CA interfaces in that space and what we can all do after this conference. Next. So when it comes to child online protection, I think it's now agreed that because of the environment, in terms of our interaction with the internet, we agree it's a complex challenge. But I think it's a good challenge because you'll see later in my presentation that there are very, very many benefits coming out of this space. So it's an involvement. The solution involves a combination of technical solutions, education and awareness solutions, like what we're doing here at KEPSHA County 001 this week, collaboration and cooperation. I did mention that for the last 8 years, we've been at every single KEPSHA event, and we are honored to be a valuable partner. And we also need to ensure that everyone plays a role in making the digital world safe for our children. I'll just touch on one thing on this slide because I don't want to run out of time. As an authority, Communications Authority of Kenya is responsible for several aspects under the law that created us, KICA 1998. We license communication services, we issue frequencies, we manage competition in the ICT space. Universal access is very important. Universal access is about closing the gaps that our operators or service providers are not able to close because of lack of commercial viability. So we have a responsibility to ensure that communication services are rolled out in areas where commercial models may not be able to do that. We also enforce regulations of our license conditions. Very important, and one of the reasons why we're here is we manage, or we're a key player in the management of the National Cybersecurity Framework. We play a role in ensuring that you're all safe as you interact with the internet. And the key reason why we're here is the protection of consumers. And here, when I say consumers, I'm talking about children and the youth. And that is why it's been highlighted in red. So that is the reason why we're here today. Next. Allow me to share for you a slide that may highlight or point at the opportunity that is present for all of us. And this is founded on the sector statistics that we have from the period April to June 2023. So in terms of registered mobile subscriber cards, or what we call SIM cards, we had 64.4 million registered mobile SIM cards. I hope all your SIM cards are registered. In terms of mobile data subscriptions, we had 49.3. So that's me and you using the internet, over-the-top services, using data, mobile money services, etc. Smartphones, we had 30.7 million smartphones in Kenya. Feature phones, or what we call kabambe, we had 32 million of them. And allow me to highlight the cybersecurity threats. What I mean by threats is, threat is an incident that is likely to happen but did not happen, or rather that was thwarted by our cybersecurity team. In one quarter, we had 139.7 million threats in just that one quarter. And the advisories we issue professional advisories to those who may be threatened or attacked, and we issued 10.7 million advisories in that particular quarter. So you can see the numbers have grown exponential as the mobile subscriber growth increases, as the internet penetration increases, so do the cyber threats. And I want you to think of that in the context of our children and youth online. Next, please. Now, this is a subject where I'm shy to talk about because this is the subject where you are the experts, but we have a view. And when we talk about the e-learning ecosystem, we think maybe it's like a cake that has many ingredients. Some of these ingredients are what we think should be in that cake. I think you can't talk about optimal e-learning ecosystem without talking about quality, and quality is made up of many things. It could be the content, it could be the engagement, it could be the interaction between teacher, student, etc. It could be the timing of that content. It could be the collaborative nature of that content. For instance, is it one-on-one or is it virtual? Approaches are many, and what I want to emphasize on this slide is when it comes to the technical requirements, we are now talking about the devices that help the children and the youth interact on these e-learning platforms. That is where the security measures, the safeguards, password management need to come in to ensure that our learners are safe. So you have three things that are important in the e-learning ecosystem: the physical classroom itself, the technology you're leveraging on, and the online classroom or the virtual. So we think that's what makes up the ecosystem. Next. So when it comes to e-learning in Kenya, next, we are aware there was a report done by Ministry of Education. I won't go into the details, but out of that was that 87% of the innovations in Kenya were running actually on the mobile phone. So the mobile is the device of choice, and another outcome was almost half of the learning solutions, targeted learners, and television learning lessons were very popular, especially that the one running on the KICD platform, and we had something to do with that as an authority. And 4 in every 5 learning solutions were actually on the mobile phone. So I want you to recognize the mobile handset is a device of choice. We can't now have solutions like taking away the mobile phone from our children, limiting their use without rationale, because even learning solutions, lessons, communication is on the mobile platform. Next. I think I mentioned in my opening slide vulnerabilities that have to do with the online risks. I'm sure you've probably come across this or you've heard of this. There are issues to do with cyber bullying, there's intimidation, there's all manner of things, including sharing of photographs that these children share in private. The online predators, people who just go to the cyberspace to harass others and say malicious things. There's of course radicalization. Let us not forget that has become a problem for the youth, internet addiction, and of course malware attacks. So when you think about what can happen to the child online, or what are the opportunities or where the gaps are, you need to think of content. What is the content of the children are visiting? The contact, who is the who? Is that interaction needs to be managed, preferably by an adult, and the conduct. Why do I emphasize on conduct? The child now is an actor in this conversation. So the child, we no longer make rules, then now go and try and apply them to the children. We engage them. And I do recall when we developed child online protection guidelines, I think last year but one, we brought children from all the 47 counties to Nairobi so that we can ask them, are these guidelines, are they appropriate, are they relevant? How do you think we should roll them out? What is missing? We actually engage the children. So the children, in terms of conduct, are part of the online safety conversation. I think now I'm on my 3 or so last slides. When it comes to security concerns, go back to the other slide. Next. when it comes to security concerns, what is bothering us is the ecosystem, they're interacting. That is, who is in that ecosystem? Whether it's the IT personnel, the developers, the teachers, the administrators, us as parents. I think a speaker previously talked about parents in the broader context. Authentication is very important. These are safety measures that as school administrators you need to be concerned about. And then the origin of the data. You need to be concerned about the origin of the data that the virtual learners are interacting with. And then this information, these computers must have secure access controls. So you must make sure that they are password protected, and we all know a little bit about not having password of Patricia1234 as my password. Confidentiality is very important, and privacy. Privacy is actually a principal foundation in our Constitution 2010, so I'm aware that there's been a conversation about data protection and privacy earlier on. Next. There are several mechanisms. I think we can strengthen the policy legislative agenda around online safety. We can get better prepared in terms of e-learning readiness, assessment, like you can do an assessment on where are you as a school or as a institution, so you can start by just doing an assessment. For us in government and under the guidance of our ministry, we regularly, like right now we're in the phase of strengthening our regulations, and we've had some stakeholder participation, so continuously we must strengthen the policy and legislative framework. We must also do everything possible, especially I would call upon county governments in terms of increasing accessibility. So what do I mean by that? I mean encouraging community organizations to deploy and own community-based broadband infrastructure, and that is a conversation we can have at the CA exhibition, which is just behind this tent. So I can see I'm running out of time. Mwakazi has started pacing, and the next slide is probably going to be my last. So we are in the process of strengthening cybersecurity standards, developing models for adaptation by schools. We are working with the Ministry of Education and other players to strengthen that. We are also having a conversation on digital education resources and open access tools. So the conversation is going. I cannot say everything that CA is doing here, but you may engage us as stakeholders in any of this. Next. 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 Yes, I wanted that last slide. When it comes to what CA is doing right now, we are carrying out research. We are working very closely with Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. We do capacity building. We have a robust training program with Afralti. It is free to attend. It's virtual. I would ask that all of you get interested in attending. We carry out campaigns and outreach activities. If you invite us to your schools, we can consider coming, and we collaborate and have developed guidelines that are shepherding the future of our children in Kenya. So I don't want to violate the time requirements. I want to thank you very much for giving me the time to be here to make the presentation. Congratulations, KEPSHA, and everybody else, participants, asanteni sana.
Wow, thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. And we have a gift of appreciation. Patricia Mushiri.
Former Chairman Dolo, present the award.
Former Chair Wanandolo to present the award. Makofi tafadhali. Child Online Protection. Everyone has a role in making the digital world safe for our children. Asante. Makofi nyingine tafadhali. Up next, 10 minutes, please. Up next, 10 minutes. We're focusing on transformational leadership, reimagining education management in schools. Betty Ochieng, makofi yake tafadhali. Betty Ochieng, empowerment specialist and life coach. Karibu sana, 10 minutes. Welcome. We have Menti on. Menti is a platform that allows you to post your questions real time, so that once we are done with the presentations, we ask the facilitator questions real time. So please post, if possible, add your name. Go ahead, 10 minutes. And as she begins, just to quickly recognize, now that we've spoken about the digital space, we have the Vice Chancellor of the new Kid on the Block, he says. That's Open University of Kenya. Makofi to Professor Elijah Omwenga. Karibu sana, we celebrate you. Back to you, Betty Uchieng.
Sound. Does that work? Doesn't work? This one? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mwakazi. I would like to honor the chair of KEPSHA, and I want to say congratulations, KEPSHA, for your 20th anniversary. It's a great time. I'm glad of being invited to be part of this great occasion and to contribute to this great journey and course, because I believe this course is generational for all of us, as educators, as teachers, as those presenting. So I honor all of us here today, and I know that the conversation that we are having now is one that all of us hold and cherish in our hearts. So one of the things I wanted to talk about in terms of reimagining education management in Kenya, in schools in Kenya, is to first cast our eyes on the goals of the 21st century curriculum. If you look at the curriculum in this 21st century, there is a lot that is going on, and as all this is going on, we need to understand the context that we are developing a whole person for future success, and that we nurture core values, as was said here, that gives a guidance for skills development, knowledge that helps us for greater benefit of humanity in this rapidly changing environment and world. We are also looking at skills and the goal of developing the competencies and skills such as collaboration, creativity, problem solving, communication, and also those that help us with relationship management, such as empathy, social and emotional skills. We also need to have the context that students and teachers are unique individuals, and the uniqueness needs to be brought to the fore in this 21st century if we are going to think about reimagining management of schools. One of the things is they have unique value, they have unique unlimited potential to be good and to be great in this world and to impact lives. They have special strengths and abilities and perspectives, and therefore we know that natural curiosity is also part of all of us as learners, as adults, but also as young learners. And we are inherently creative. So educators can leverage on these strengths and create a far greater engaging learning environment through personalized learning approaches. So I hope I'm already speaking to what we need to do to reimagine the management of schools. Another common powerful thing is about personalized learning strategies that as the 21st century, we need to start reimagining learning strategies that are more personalized. So moving from the traditional and flipping over into more classroom activities and learning skills that go beyond the academia, that will help us with the future, in the future, but also improve learning and knowledge significantly, and also have students who have specific areas for improvement to be able to sit there and learn without the stigma of being special ed. As teachers also, we are able to focus on our time more effectively because we are taking that very focused and specific lens to how we approach education. Some core skills we talked here, or has already been talked here about, the purpose of value, a value-based skills development, and guiding students so that we are able to go deeper and build values and behaviors that help with learning, but also help with impacting humanity in a powerful way. As we talk about this, we start thinking about the character and creativity and how that is all built within the learning institution. So if we are reimagining management of schools, we cannot underestimate the core and critical pillar that character plays. And if we start talking about what character is, I'll talk about Thomas Licona, who wrote a book called Educating for Character. And I think as we are imagining the management of schools, character become a fundamental factor. And he says that good character consists of knowing good and also desiring the good and doing the good. And this is about habits of the mind, habits of the heart, and also habits of the action. Somebody talks about the head, the mind, and the hands when we were listening this morning. So there's alignment in terms of what do we need to do when we are imagining management of schools. So understanding, caring about, and actively bringing core ethical values at the front becomes an integral part. So when I talk of character, there are 4 levels of character that I want us to just highlight that we may take away with us. So character can be moral characters, and these are things such as qualities such as being generous and forgiveness as an example. But there are also intellectual characters, which are qualities of good learners and truth seekers. And these are intellectual, humility, and curiosity as an example. Civic character also are qualities of good citizenship. How do we bring justice, for example, at the core of what we do, and civility, even as we are imagining management of schools? Because these are the things that later on affect us in life. And lastly is performance character. These are qualities that facilitate goals achievement, such as self-control and perseverance. So as we are imagining the management of schools, character becomes very important. And what is the return on character? So there have been scientifically proven data, and one such is Fred Kiel, who said that high character leaders and their teams generate 5 times greater return on assets. High character leaders and their teams generate 26% higher workforce engagement. High character leaders generate lower levels of risk, but also 18% stronger leadership skills. So what are we saying? That this character is very important because it has a direct return on investment. So as you're imagining schools, we need to bring character at the fore. Teachers also are moral leaders. Online and offline, we need to continuously reimagine ourselves doing exactly that. That we have a life arc on the student of the in the mind of the student. And sometimes a student looks at us as a role model. They get motivated because of us to learn and even to engage, but also to demonstrate genuine care for the students that we are working with. Teachers also are innovative leaders in and of ourselves. So creating teacher agencies such as what we have here is a powerful tool that we cannot underestimate. So as we are reimagining, we need to be master facilitators, we need to unleash creativity and curiosity and motivate learning, but also begin to embody newer 21st century skills such as mentorship and coaching, especially life coaching as a teacher fraternity, but also have continuous learning as part of our own ways of life and cultivate soft skills like we already have been told, and I'll repeat: communication as a soft skill, collaboration as a soft skill, critical thinking, and problem solving. Now there's a theory of change I want to introduce us to. So if you can move to the next slide. Is that teachers, we are educators who transform. But for us to transform as educators, we need a school that is transformed, and that is at a cultural level. So transform the school culture, then we'll be able to transform the students as well. And out of that, we'll have impact the school's performance indicators and make students future ready. So these students will be future ready, and teachers also, in terms of their own continuous learning and being learners, we're talking about Ministry of Education level, for example, having learning going there. And I like that there are a lot of, already, we have a lot of things that are going on right for us. The team just left here talking about parental engagement. So school heads also, we are here as a school heads group and leadership teams, and also teachers and students. So continuous learning for all groups is critical. Now, we've talked about the opportunity to act and to effect positive change, way of engaging. And so how can we have collaborative teacher teams where we start to discuss professional learning communities, bring us together as professional learning communities, cross-grade teams to develop and to engage, cross-subject teams, cross-school teams, professional development teams, school and community teams, whole school transformation teams, and classroom and school innovation teams. So what we are talking about here is pointing you to some of the things you can do as we reimagine. One is, based on this presentation, what part would you be interested in trying out in your classroom or school? In your classroom or school, how would you cultivate good character for students and for teachers in person and online? And thirdly, in your classroom or school, how would you develop creativity and curiosity for students and teachers? And thank you very much. So I will stop there. And thank you very much, everybody. Again, congratulations, KEPSHA, on your 20th anniversary. And bye-bye.
Thank you. A big round of applause to Madam Betty Ochieng, Empowerment Specialist and Life Coach. And we have a gift for her. A gift for her. A gift for her. All right. In the meantime, Dr. John Chumo, CEO, Mama Doing Good, Office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, will be talking to us. Makofi tafadhali to Betty Ochieng anapokabidhiwa zawadi yake kuu kwa kutuelimisha. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana, shukran. In the meantime, First Lady Mazingira Award, Dr. John Chumo. Take it away, Daktari.
Thank you.
Talk to us.
Bwana wakili.
Asante sana. Wow, makofi tafadhali to our chief guest. Tusimame tafadhali. A big round of applause, please. Asante sana. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, karibu sana. The band, tushangilie Kenya tafadhali. The band. The band, tucheze, tushangilie Kenya. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu ametujalia kuwa hapa siku ya leo. Band, tuongoze tafadhali. Band, tuongoze. Sote naomba tuwe tayari. Asante sana. Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu. Karibu sana.
We're going to sing together this patriotic song. Shangilia Kenya.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda daima, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda daima. Twajivunia sana tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye baraka daima, yenye baraka daima. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, tumebadili mwendo daima. Tunaipenda Kenya daima. Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki daima. Na ukipenda Kenya utajitenga na mambo yanayovunja amani daima. Hatutaki matata Kenya daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. 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 Anayependa Kenya ni yule mwenye kutenda haki kwa watu wote daima. Mtu mwenye kutenda haki daima. Ukipenda Kenya ujitenge na mambo yenye kuvunja amani daima. Hatutaki matata Kenya daima. Wenzangu, Kenya kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. 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 Na kipenzi chetu, hatutaiacha milele daima. Everybody say Kenya. Kenya, say Kenya, Kenya, say Kenya, 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 say KEPSHA, KEPSHA,
KEPSHA. Makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much.
So
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Tutaanza kwa national anthem.
Mungu nguvu yetu. Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Naomba tuweze kuketi kwa heshima kubwa. Our honorable chief guest, we were finishing up with a presentation by Dr. Dr. John Chumo, CEO Mama Doing Good. We'll give you 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Your Honorable Ezekiel Majoku, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, Dr. Pelio Kipsang, Principal Secretary, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, Mr. Johnson Nsioka, the National Chairperson, KEPSHA, Dr. Chamblek Muturi, Chairperson, TSC, Professor Elisha Omwenga, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Kenya, Paul Russo, the Group CEO of KCB Group, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. John Kipkorir Chumo, being the CEO of Mama Doing Good, the initiative of Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. And we say Mama Doing Good and doing it the right way. It is indeed a privilege and a joy to stand before you today for the KEPSHA Annual General Meeting 2023. I bring you warm greetings from the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto. I am privileged to join such a dedicated team that has a crucial role of shaping the future of Kenya through the lives of young learners. When I spoke to the chairman about this event, we agreed that I would have a few minutes to speak to you about a pressing topic whose power to change is right in your hands. Today, I want to emphasize your critical importance in addressing one of the most critical challenges of our time, climate change. And I know as we sit here today, you are already experiencing the effects and the impacts of the climate change. I'm sure all of you have witnessed the devastating effects of climate change, including the recent flooding incidents in various parts of our country, including Mombasa, where we are gathered today. I know last week or even before, we had actually serious flooding around this county. Just last week, during the KCB exams, we saw heartwarming images of teachers and security officers wading through flooded rivers to ensure that our students could take the examination on time. And I know most of us who are here were involved in that exercise, and we saw many of us, some of them actually going through some of the rivers which were actually full, and even others were actually going through the rains and the floodings that have actually happened across the country. Earlier in the year, we faced the worst drought in our nation in the last 40 years, with some areas experiencing severe lack of rainfall for over 4 consecutive seasons. I do understand, you saw we lost a lot of livestock. About 5 million Kenyans face this challenge, especially in terms of dry spell. We lost a lot of livestock, a lot of livelihood, a lot of crops failed, and actually affected our education system also. Climate change is not some distant problem. It is here with us, and no one is exempt from the pain it inflicts. Regrettably, it is our students, the young learners in our care, who often bear the brunt of these climate-related changes. In the last few years, we have seen students in Isiolo, in Marsabit, in Turkana, in parts of Baringo, and even Kilifi, missing school, courtesy of climate change, because they miss food, they miss water, they miss all the things that even the school fees for them to go to school. And indeed, this climate change is a serious issue that needs to be addressed by all of us. But there is hope. We as principals and the educators responsible for these students, all the key to the 10 trees, you can imagine how much, for example, they can actually do for this country and for the world and for the planet as well. Despite this potential, they often lack the platforms and voices to express their perspectives and propose solutions to climate change. The First Lady saw this and responded with a solution that gives learners a platform to be heard on matters climate action. The First Lady launched an innovative award challenge, dubbed the First Lady Mazingira Award, FLAMA, during the African Climate Summit, and will officially begin accepting applications in January 2024. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the Cabinet Secretary, because during the launch, he was there, and the PS himself, and the whole fraternity of education, including the chair of KEPSHA, and also the Secretary General of NAT, and many others who were actually there during that time. And therefore, this is indeed a very important day for us to tell the teachers also what we have already planned, especially from the Office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. This FLAMA initiative seeks to enhance engagement and provide a platform for recognition and appreciation of young people making significant contributions to addressing climate change. We want to bring on board the young people. We want to bring on board the learners, that they cannot be left alone. They cannot be left behind. They need to participate in matters to do with climate change. They are supposed to do something on mitigating a collective movement of young people towards a more sustainable and resilient future. This pioneering initiative aims to recognize and celebrate the remarkable contributions of the learners in 89,000 public and private primary and secondary schools across the 47 counties of Kenya, targeting 17 million learners, including those with special needs. The award scheme is dedicated to leaving no learner behind in the collective effort to build a sustainable and resilient future. The award scheme, the First Lady Environmental Mazingira Award, will be an exciting annual challenge that aims to ignite environmental awareness and climate action among children and learners. The objectives are to empower learners as agents of change for environmental conservation and climate action, and to contribute to the national goal of planting 15 billion trees in the next 10 years that was launched by the President in December 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme for 2024 will be communicated in January 2024 with the awards ceremony coinciding with the World Environment Day in June 2024. The FLAMA portal is open to school registration at www.flama.go.ke. www.flama.go.ke, and the submission portal for learners entries will be open in January 2024. I encourage you to get to your phone and register your school through www.flama.or.ke. You can also write it down and finish the process during the day. Do not be left behind in this national initiative. What we are saying is that all of you who are here today, you can register your school through this as now. That is www.flama.or.ke, and all our schools will be registered, and that is the way we want to go. As I close, I urge each of us to have this initiative in our arts and in our schools. We want to see our schools leading in the Green Schools Initiative. If all of us can actually participate in this, if all of us can ensure that the students participate in this exercise, we are sure that issues to do with climate change, conservation will be enhanced in this country. Let us join hands and nurture our passionate conservationists and climate change ambassadors. Let us give our learners this golden chance by ensuring our schools are not left behind. Together, we will create a more sustainable and resilient future for Kenya. Thank you, and may we all arise to this challenge with determination and commitment. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana, Daktari. Thank you so much. Together we can. Asante sana for the challenge. Na tuko na zawadi yake, naomba akabidhiwe kirasmi. Dr. John Chumo, CEO, Mama Doing Good, Office of the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. The National Secretary giving that award to Dr. John Chumo. Makofi tafadhali. Asante. Na baada ya hapo, ukiwa Mombasa lazima Kiswahili kitukuzwe. Na naarifiwa ya kwamba kuna shairi. Shairi. Njoo tafadhali tuweze kupata maneno matamu yatakayomtoa nyoka.
After we bet it.
Na kabla tujapata shairi, tumekaribishwa hapa kirasmi na mkubwa wetu. Hebu nipe sauti tafadhali. Sauti tafadhali. And give me the video please. Aya. Tuna documentary iko ready? Aya. Na labda ikitayarishwa, nataka tumkaribishe kirasmi atuzungumzie, alafu baada ya mazungumzo yake tupate video. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, to at least give us the opening remarks, please.
He has been a teacher for over 20 years. He is currently the head teacher of Donholm Primary School. He is a council member of the Kenya Institute of Creation Task Force. Please welcome the Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association, KEPSHA,
Makofi yake tafadhali anapotukaribisha.
Thank you. Thank you, our MC, our Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Belio Kipsang, our Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, Dr. Jamlet Mutuli, the Parliamentary Committee on Education members who are here with us this morning, the Group Executive Officer, KCB, Mr. Paul Russo, all executive officers in the state departments who are with us today, the KNUT leadership here led by Brother Collins Henry Oyu, all the directors from the Ministry of Education, directors from Teacher Service Commission, and all officers or field officers from the ministry and from the Teacher Service Commission. Esteemed head teachers, distinguished guests, KEPSHA partners, sponsors, and well-wishers, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to welcome you to our 20th Annual Delegates Conference and 20th Anniversary celebrations today. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, sir, we also decided to celebrate this occasion together with our pioneer leaders who are here and who I wish to recognize. Since the inception of KEPSHA, sir, KEPSHA has had 4 chairmen. The one who is talking is the 5th chairman. And out of the 4 chairmen, one who was the first chairman, Mr. Titus Waithaka, is late as to date. So today, with us are the other 3, and I would wish to call upon them to be upstanding for appreciation and probably come and say hello to our chief guest. Our former chairs, can you come and shake hands with our chief guests? Sir, the first to shake your hand is Mr. Nicholas Gademia. Nicholas Gademia is the immediate former chairman of KEPSHA. Followed by Mr. Ndolo. Mr. Ndolo is the one who handed over to Mr. Gademia. And Mr. Karuga. Mr. Karuga is the one who was handed over by our first chairman, the late Titus Waithaka. Give them an applause. Please appreciate our former chairman. Thank you very much. As the chairperson of KEPSHA, now I wish from the onset to thank Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education, and Dr. Belio Kipsang, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Basic Education, and also Dr. Jamlek Muturi, the Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, and all our esteemed guests for finding time in their busy schedules to attend this conference. Sir, we cannot underrate the fact that there is an exam which is going on. Our KCSE exams are going on, But most of the officers here who were supposed to be elsewhere, they devoted their time to open the containers very early in the morning and decided to spare some time to be with us, something which we really appreciate. Members, can you appreciate that? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya has made tremendous progress in meeting transformative promise of the UN Agenda of 2030 of Sustainable Development Goal number 4 of leave no one child behind, and attainment of basic education, a fundamental right recognized in the Kenya Constitution. KEPSHA has contributed immensely to achieving this milestone through its various programs and initiatives. KEPSHA recognizes the pivotal role played by primary school heads in shaping the educational landscape of our nation. Our actions, decisions, and guidance impact the lives of thousands of young minds who look up to us as role models and mentors directly. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce that this conference will be the platform for launching our association's strategic plan for the year 2024-2028. This plan is the culmination of countless hours of dedication and hard work by our members, reflecting the collective wisdom, experience, and vision of primary school head teachers across the country. It is a testament to our unwavering commitment to our learners' welfare and advancement of primary education as a whole. The 2024-2028 KEPSHA strategic plan outlines our association's goals, objectives for the future, and the steps we will take to achieve these results. It identifies the challenges we face and provides innovative solutions that will not only strengthen primary education, but also empower our primary school leadership to foster learning environments that are both inclusive and dynamic. The plan sets ambitious targets, aiming for the highest quality of education, equitable access, and the holistic development of our learners. With this strategic plan, KEPSHA commits to foster an inclusive and diverse learning environment where every learner is valued and their potential is unlocked. We vow to a future with safe, nurturing, and innovative schools. We pledge to equip our teachers with the tools and knowledge required to engage and inspire our learners. In this regard, the strategic period 2024-2028 focuses on accomplishing 6 key strategic objectives, and one is enhancing the leadership capacity and expertise of primary school head teachers to adapt to evolving educational contexts and practices. 2, enhancing the welfare and wellness of the members. 3, strengthening strategic partnerships to foster robust knowledge exchange and facilitate continuous learning. And 4, enhancing stakeholder engagement and policy reform for quality education provision. 5, promoting equitable access and inclusive primary education for all the learners. And the last one, 6, optimizing institutional efficiency, effectiveness, and long-term sustainability for the association. I urge all the school heads, and not just those who are present here today, to embrace this plan. Let it guide your actions and inspire your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, KEPSHA acknowledges the government strongly for the following, and not limited to this. 1, promoting primary school head teachers from job group P1 to C5. 2, domiciling junior school in the primary schools. 3, setting aside money for promotion of teachers in the coming fiscal year through the Teachers Service Commission. And 4, proposed increment in free education capitation. Our request, our chief guest, is we have the current primary school head teachers confirmed as principals of junior school, considering that they have served in this position through the interim transition period and have therefore amassed the necessary expertise to steer the full transition to a comprehensive school from standalone pre-primary schools, primary schools, and junior school. We are also humbly requesting, sir, that there is timely disbursements of LPE capitation to both our primary school and our junior secondary school. And we are also requesting that as the capitation is timely disbursed, we also have timely guidelines on the board heads to guide our head teachers on how to implement the expenditures of this capitation which are sent to schools. So, in the past, we have had some challenges where the term NEMIS has been coming in, but we have tried, I want to assure you, sir, that we as head teachers have tried to ensure that our children are registered through NEMIS. We also want to assure you that where the children have not been registered, we are consulting intensively with the local administration to ensure that the children are given birth certificates to facilitate the registration on NEMIS. Therefore, we will really appreciate that capitation hits the accounts of the schools before the schools open to enable us plan wisely and smooth running in our schools. In closing, as we embark on this exciting journey of educational transformation, let us remain united in our mission to empower our learners and elevate primary education quality in Kenya. Thank you all for your commitment, dedication, and the remarkable contribution you make to our primary education and now into comprehensive school learning. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge the invaluable support and contribution of our dedicated members, the organizers, sponsors, and all those who have worked tirelessly to make this conference and the launch of our strategic plan possible. I look forward to a fruitful discussion, shared insights, and collaborations that the conference will undoubtedly foster. Our chief guest is, sir, as we commemorate this day, we have also identified some head teachers who have gone out of the way and furthered their studies And I want to call upon just a few who have managed to acquire their PhDs just for recognition, sir. If I call your name, if you are around, please, you can just come around here. You'll be seen. We really recognize you and value the time you have put into learning so that you can participate in furthering the quality of education in Kenya. Dr. Jedida Uma, Dr. Moda Evans Apoko, Dr. Koskei John Kipkoech, Dr. Susi Nafula Warunga, Dr. Kanyaru Samuel Wakori, Dr. Wekesa Moses Soita, Dr. Philip Cheruyot Keter, Dr. Omalwa Philip Wafula, Dr. Makero Jennifer Tharaka, Dr. Jane Batia, Dr. Lynette Rakiro, Dr. Okongo Calvins, Dr. Isipuke Ruth Caroline, Dr. Joshua Wino, Dr. Patrick Koech Kitur, Dr. Elikana Mochache Gichana, Dr. Margaret Nekesa Shibo Wahoro, Dr. Esther Wambua, Dr. Mary Wangui Makumi, Dr. Rebecca Buari Aroko, Dr. Margaret Nekesa Shibo, Dr. Elizabeth Nanyama Mabele, Dr. Maurice Onyango Akumu, Dr. Philip Wafula Wamalwa, Dr. Kiptum Jonah Kipsang, Dr. Benson Juguna, Dr. Emily Acheng Award, Dr. Moses Kipchie Goi. Sir, these are some of our members who have managed to acquire PhDs, and they have participated very much in making education better in this country. Primary schools, head teachers, I'm very happy that Professor is here with us. Professor Elijah Omwenga. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for being with us. We want more doctors from primary schools. So open your Open University of Kenya for our aid teachers to further education. The goal has been set by this team. Thank you very much. Congratulations. As you move out, you can pass here and greet the chief guest as you go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, our chief guests. Thank you very much for congratulating our team. And as I conclude, before I usher in the next speaker, allow me, sir, to have 4 minutes of our documentary showing the milestones covered by KEPSHA in the growth of KEPSHA. The milestones. Dr. Penina was misspelled. Yes. Penina Lucky. Yes, Dr. Penina Lucky, sorry. You can receive your congratulations by our chief guest. The documentary, please. Kenya Primary Schools Head Teachers Association was mooted in the year 2003 by a group of head teachers in Nairobi. Actually about 150 head teachers. We came together at formerly Nairobi Teachers Center, currently the Nairobi Milimani Secondary School. We came together because we found there is need. There has been breakdown of linkage between the head teachers, administration in the ministry, administration in the Teacher Service Commission, and we felt we should come up with a body.
Some of us maybe you might not have that experience. We came from rural schools, the primary schools. The kind of teaching and learning facilities which were available to the learner were not conducive. The ministry started seeing how positive we were, other than fighting for only salaries. Of course, salaries are important, and that was also one item. As managers, how were you paying or compensating for the head teacher who is in the school, whether there are strikes or no strikes, and who are in school, whether it is holiday or no holidays. And you are required to go and participate in all other areas, needs of education system, regardless. As a head teacher, we had some common challenges, and as such, we had to unite and see to it that at least we have a voice. As far as management of schools or management affairs is concerned, the first constitution that came from those people, according to their needs and aspirations, was okayed by the Ministry of Education, and we had none other than the then Assistant Minister of Education, Beth Mogo, who came to launch that association. We achieved a lot because there before even activities used to be managed by the education officers, but now they were entrusted, even today, in the hands of head teachers.
When we realized there was a gap and we needed to fill the gap, our objective was to ensure head teachers have the capacity to implement the free primary education. We also were mindful, I told you, about the welfare of the head teachers. We needed to ensure that head teachers also participate, have a curriculum and training where they will be given certification, both certificate and diploma, at Kenya Education Management Institute.
The reason why KEPSHA was formed was to help us have capacity building in helping us have good management skills in schools.
There is 19,000 plus in the country.
There was also the element of feeling that we were not involved in the policy formulation as far as the education sector was concerned. The question of coming to support the day-to-day progression and learning of the quality of education which was being offered. And those are some of the issues which brought us together.
We provide a forum for a stage where KEPSHA members can exchange ideas, where we can have an exposure. We also provide a platform where our members can engage with other stakeholders in the education sector to further their knowledge on skills of leadership.
We are basically there for the child. The child must learn.
And we have never been involved in anything to do with withdrawal of services from schools. Without children, there is no KEPSHA. So whatever we do must be centralized to improve that child.
My experience has been very exciting. I've been able to acquire a wealth of knowledge, having worked with government agencies, non-governmental agencies, and also other stakeholders in education.
Children government in our schools. This is an idea KEPSHA mooted to ensure that the child is empowered to the best practices of learning, socializing, and even leading.
So we looked at it and we thought it would help the children become leaders of today, not really tomorrow. We like saying tomorrow, but we wanted them to be leaders of that particular time in schools. Children's government impacted a lot in decision making. That children would tell out what they thought was their priority in a school.
The leadership program was very impactful. I improved my public speaking skills. I'm able to address, large crowds of people, which I couldn't do before that event, before that moment. And I'm happy because I can now be able to address them, and communicate issues, and also the ability to reach out to people so that you can acquire the problems they are facing.
The impact of children's government, they set the foundation. They mentored me, they empowered me. And from the information, the skills they equipped me with, I was able to use them appropriately after I was done with my primary level, even high school, and right now in campus.
The greatest impact was exposure. I don't think you can put a price on exposure and how much there is to see and know, especially at a young age.
It improved my oratory skills, my leadership skills. I was able to impact people even more. It also helped me to understand myself way better in terms of advocacy for what is right.
Working together with KEPSHA, with UNICEF, with the British High Commission, we got so many workshops when it came to leadership. So personally, it has been a very nice experience, and the impact and what I got from KEPSHA made me, grow professionally and as a person when it came to leadership.
Being a leader in the children's government made me see another side of humanity. The side of humanity whereby there should be a leader leading a certain group of people towards a certain thing or a certain goal.
I am who I am today because of KEPSHA and the Children's Government Program, because it helped me find my voice.
KEPSHA goes out to reach out to partners to collaborate with, by virtue that we share common goals.
The Kenya Primary School Heads Association, they have been very useful in, as recently as the Presidential Working Party, they were quite useful. They gave their memoranda. They assisted us quite a lot in making decisions on the way forward, in the way that we would want to implement the competence-based education. We thank our teachers, mainly our principals who are managers of our schools, for being part of this journey, or being co-creators of our children. And we shall continue to work with them going into the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our chief guest, that is just a part of the documentary that is showing the roadmap of the growth of KEPSHA. I also want to recognize that I had omitted one person. I wish to call him, because it will be unfair to him. Dr. Kimtai Kurgat. Dr. Kimtai Kurgat. Sorry for the omission. Come, Daktari. Dr. Kimtai, be faster, please. Just give him way. Just give him way. He's struggling to pass. Congratulations, Dr. Kimtai. You can say hello to our chief guest. Makofi kwake. Yes. It is not a mean achievement. It is not a mean achievement. Thank you very much. And congratulations once again. Thank you. Our chief guest, sir, we have a signature sponsor with us today, and we would wish to recognize him. That is Kenya Commercial Bank. Kenya Commercial Bank, and in a special way, I would wish to welcome the CEO, Kenya Commercial Bank, Karibu. Even if you are representing, you are the CEO for now. So welcome, asante sana. Make the comments of the CEO.
Good afternoon. May his dreams come to pass. So, yes, certainly, of course, I am not the CEO. Our group CEO, Paul Russo, was not able to be with us. Our MD Kenya, Mrs. Kimtai, was not able to be with us this morning, but I'm here to represent them. And on behalf of them, as our leaders, I am going to make the remarks. My name is Jane Isiaho. I would like to, first of all, recognize my team members that are here with us. They can just be upstanding wherever they are. We have Dorothy with us. She is our regional business manager for Coast Region, your host today. And then we have Naomi Ndele, our head of SME, where the interests of all the people in the room today sit. And I am grateful to be serving both of them as we all serve you here in KCB. Thank you very much. So now, on behalf of our leaders, I wish to bring the remarks that we have as KCB. And Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the CS Ministry of Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, PS, Early Learning and Basic Education, Johnson Nzioka, our KEPSHA National Chairman, and all officials present, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. Good afternoon. It is indeed a great pleasure to join you on the 10th Kenya Primary School Heads Association Delegates Conference. On behalf of the family, I wish to note with gratitude that it is always a privilege to interact with you, as over the years, the occasion has emerged as a boiling point for groundbreaking ideas necessary to drive our collective growth agenda. I also recognize and celebrate you in recognition that this is your 20th anniversary. And I guess it's a good space to say happy birthday. Yeah, I have already mentioned and recognized our group CEO and MD Kenya, whose greetings I bring to you and well wishes as you mark this 20th anniversary. Ladies and gentlemen, it goes without saying that this year's conference gives you as school managers an opportunity to interact and share perspectives on the current issues facing the education sector. The conversations that will take place here are important as they will shape the path to be followed not just by the delegates but by the entire nation. I therefore look forward to fruitful deliberations that will assist in making our education sector resilient. This year's conference theme, Rethinking Education Management within a Comprehensive School Framework, Inspiring Innovation for a Sustainable Impact in the Present and Future Decades, brings to the fore the need for continually reviewing the effectiveness of our education system as a precursor to shaping the future of the next generation of leaders. To quote the late Nelson Mandela, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. This means that for us to achieve shared prosperity, we must prioritize investment in quality education outcomes. The more complex the world becomes, the more creative we need to be to meet its challenges, and this is becoming increasingly clear in education and the workplace. People now need to be creative to be successful. But while the idea of success has changed, the education system has not always adjusted its methods or goals to meet them. It is on this that I can confidently say that the significance of primary and early education cannot be overstated. It is during this critical period that children acquire essential cognitive, social, emotional, and academic skills. Its main role is to instill in children the ability to think critically, achieve high levels of living, meet the difficulties of technological innovation, and enhance citizenship and fundamental values. And to this end, I am sincerely grateful to the people in this room today because you are the ones on whose hands this task is entrusted. Ladies and gentlemen, as a bank, we have not been left behind in our pursuit to support learning institutions. As a result, we have been at the forefront of developing and extending financial support to the education sector, a move that has seen us partner with over 40,000 schools through infrastructure financing. The need to support the teaching fraternity to ensure they lead decent lives remains key to us. Through our exciting products such as the check-off loans, we have made it much easier with tailor-made products for teachers to access credit facilities with their pay slips and other packages that suit their needs. We also have in place the KCB one-till payment solution that not only enables schools to receive their school fee payments in real time, it also facilitates reconciliation to improve accountability. The resolve to academically empower our young people has also seen us support over 3,500 students across the country through secondary and tertiary scholarships, amounting so far to Kenya shillings 950 million. Additionally, we have been at the forefront of equipping schools with learning materials that include desks, stationery, and books. This we have done through our social investment arm, the KCB Foundation. The commitment to conserve the environment and make a better future for the world has seen us launch an ambitious program known as KCB Linda Miti, where we look forward to planting a total of 1.2 million trees over the next 5 years in 12,000 schools across the country. I am happy to note that, I should have paused for you to clap. Okay, I am happy. Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to note that actually a number of the schools that we have partnered with are seated here today. Now, through my school, my community initiative that we launched, where we have our team members remember their schools, we have facilitated the construction and refurbishment of over 200 school structures, leading to infrastructural growth. Now, such projects complement the wider agenda to elevate the learning standards of our pupils so that they can have a conducive environment to study. And as I conclude, I wish to note that it has been an exciting partnership with KEPSHA over the last 15 years, and as you settle to reflect on the last 20 years of championing education excellence, I wish to leave you with a quote from the late Nelson Mandela again, who said, "A good head and a good heart are always a formidable combination. But when you add to that a literate tongue or pen, then you have something very special." And I wish to personally note and recognize those who have been mentioned here receiving their PhDs. Congratulations. Therefore, despite the challenges that we continue to face in our pursuit of nurturing our sons and daughters, let us be encouraged that we are doing this for the good of the world and not our own selfish interests. Happy 20th anniversary to KEPSHA. May your desires and aspirations be fulfilled with the beginning of a new chapter in your operations. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam. Our chief guest is before I invite Professor Omwenga, who will in turn invite our chairman, TSC, to proceed with the program. May I have the opportunity to take 2 minutes to recognize by National Executive Board members, the people who support me, so that when you leave, I will also be strong. But when I don't recognize them, I might lose a backing. Karibu, National Board members. Watu ambao wakijipanga ni hivyo. Only. Our chief guest star, this is the team we work with to run KEPSHA. From the farthest end. In this team, we're only missing one who had taken some permission to run somewhere in Nyeri to attend to an emergency yesterday. From the far end, we have the Chief Administrative Officer, Madam Rebecca Otieno. Next to her is Mr. Siala Abraham, a member of the NEB. Next is Mr. Dubat Hussein, a member of the National Executive. Next is Mr. Nicodemus Musyoka, a member of the National Executive. Next is Mr. Francis Dirangu, who is the National Assistant Secretary. Next is Mr. Roche, who is the Assistant Organizing and Publicity Secretary. Next is Madam Winnie, who is the gender representative. Next is Mr. Thomas Denda, who is the National Deputy Treasurer. Next is the National Treasurer, Mr. Kennedy Kieva. Next is our National Secretary, Madam Irene Yaile. And last not least is Mr. Fuad Ali, who is the Vice National Chairman. Thank you very much, the team. Thank you, sir. And now may I take this opportunity to welcome Professor Omwenga, who will in turn invite Dr. Jamlek Mutudi, our Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, to proceed on with the program. Professor.
Affairs at the University of Kabianga, Chairman of the Kabeza National Polytechnic, and as the President of the African Association for Teacher Educators and the African representative to the World Forum for Associations of Teacher Educators. He has published widely in reputable scientific journals and publications and has been involved in the design, development and implementation of several large information systems. Please welcome the Open University of Kenya Vice Chancellor, Professor Elijah Ongwenya.
Thank you so much. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the PS, State Department of Basic Education, Dr. Belio Kipsang, the members of Parliament for the Education Committee present, the Chairman of KEPSHA, Mr. Nzioka, the Chairman of TSC, CEOs present, teachers, ladies and gentlemen, I want to associate myself with the protocols already established, so if I didn't recognize you, kindly take note of that. I have requested a very short presentation, so the technology people kindly post it. Ndolo, the presentation which I gave you, it's very brief, CS. As you've already been informed, I'm the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Kenya, and this is a university that was established on the 3rd of August this year by His Excellency the President when he awarded us as charter at Konza. And we already have developed programs which we are implementing. I hope the slides are showing. Thank you. And we want to recognize the fact that in the flagship of the manifesto for Kenya Kwanza government, the Open University featured prominently. And at the beginning of this year, the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Machogu, set up a task force, or rather a technical working committee, as part of the wider technical working committee that the President had set up for us to operationalize the Open University. It's a dream that the President himself had 10 years ago. He was the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, and that dream matured on the 3rd of August, and I want to say it is one of the milestones in the achievement of the goals of SDG, Agenda 63, and all that is associated with leveraging on technology to deliver education. Who are we? The Open University of Kenya is got a motto, an innovative university for inclusive prosperity. That means everybody, all Kenyans of all walks of life, are welcome to join the Open University of Kenya. And it is a university which is going to increase access to higher education in our country. Access because at the moment we must present ourselves to a physical classroom in order for us to access education. But now with Open University, you have the university at your phone. You have it with you all the time. The Open University is with you wherever you are. You have the university at your palm of your phone or at the sitting room with your laptop. That is what increasing access means, leveraging on technology. It is a university with flexible admission criteria. Flexible admission criteria, if you remember, previously, unless you have a KCSE, C+ and above, you cannot join a public university or even a private university. But now with the Open University, the Commission for University Education has approved a flexible admission criteria, and dare I say, all the teachers are qualified to join and take one of the programs. Because we recognize prior learning and experience. If you've been teaching for the last 2 years, you are eligible to join. If you have a work experience which is relevant to the course that you want to join, you will be eligible to register and start your classes. If you have a diploma and you had a KCSE grade that did not take you to a university, now you can join the Open University tomorrow and today. If you have a short course which lasted 3 months and 2 of them which are accumulating into a stack, you are eligible to join. That is what we call flexible admission criteria. All Kenyans of walks of life will join the university because we recognize prior learning. One of the dreams of the president is to make education available and affordable. Therefore, we are using innovative teaching methods. Who will manage these applications? Is the skilled manpower that we are producing to help us in that particular respect. Bachelor of Economics and Statistics, an online course that will be available for all of us who want to manage our businesses, including business and entrepreneurship, technology, education. All of you need this course. CBC is here with us. We must take advantage of this course and ensure that you deliver using technology effectively. Agri-technology and food systems is another program based on the data we receive from KEPSHA, that this course is important for our growth in the food security in our country, and very important to postgraduate programs. Bachelor, postgraduate diploma in leadership and accountability. All of you primary school teachers and all the leaders here, you need this course. Yesterday I was with members of parliament and they're very enthusiastic to join in the leadership and accountability postgraduate diploma. And of course, learning design and technology, how to design for your children in our various schools. So these are the 7 flagship programs we are beginning with, and the admission criteria, as I've already said, is flexible and it's available on the screen there. We will provide these slides to everybody who is in this particular session today. Already, we have over almost 2,000 students who have registered even before we begin. So what are you waiting for? Teachers of Kenya, join this university at the comfort of your homes, using the best technology, the best programs which have been approved by the Commission for University Education and also by the Commonwealth of Learning in a setting in Mauritius. They approved the program that we are offering at the Open University of Kenya. Now, funding, the last slide, Makazi. Funding. The government of Kenya has provided an opportunity for everybody who is enrolled in the Open University of Kenya, specialized university. Once you are admitted, go with your admission letter online and apply if you feel you need a loan from Higher Education Loans Board. But the fee is only 1/4 of the conventional fees that we charge in the other universities. For example, Bachelor of Data Science is charged 400,000 Kenya shillings per year. We are charging only 105,000 Kenya shillings per year. And if you want a loan, enroll into the Higher Education Loans Board portal and you'll be considered using the means testing instrument. Also, if you want a scholarship for your children who have KCSE, you can also enroll in the Higher Education Fund portal and get some funding from there. I hope the last slide is indicating the portal where you can get your various details from. Thank you very much, Chairman, for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward for an avalanche of enrollments by the end of this evening. Asanteni sana and all the very best wishes. And now it is my singular duty It is a great honor to be asked to invite the chairman of the Teachers Service Commission, Dr. Jamlek Muturi. Dr. most welcome and address the congregation.
As a career educationist, he has had a long illustrious career spanning over 30 years. He has served as an executive committee member in various ministries, with the most recently being in charge of education, science, technology and ICT in Embu County. She has served as a teacher in various schools in Kenya and has lectured both in local and international universities. Please welcome the Teachers Service Commission Chairman, Dr. Jamlek Mutuli John.
Thank you. Thank you, and may God bless you. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, who is with us this afternoon, our Chief Guest, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Early Learning and Basic Education, Dr. Berio Kipsang, members of Parliamentary Committee of Education. Allow me to recognize in a special way Honorable Nabi Nabuela, MP for Ugali, and Honorable Felix Batu, MP for Moiben, as well as recognizing in a special way our brother from the NAT and his team, Mr. Brother Oyu. I also want to recognize the Director KICD with us, Dr. Charles, and let me light also on the protocols already established. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Our chief guest, this is a great day for this nation. It was very encouraging, our chief guest here, when we saw a forest of PhD holders, manning our primary schools as school administrators. And I was asking myself, if PhD holders are the ones manning the primary schools, what about the secondary schools? What about the universities? It tells you, Mr. Chairman, this theme, the thinking education management within the comprehensive school learning framework, inspiring innovation for sustainable impact in the present and future decades, is very relevant also for our teachers. On behalf of the Teacher Service Commission and the entire teaching fraternity, I thank you, upon CS, for your personal support and the support by all the officials under you to the Commission as it continues to discharge its constitutional mandate. The constitutional legal framework creates the TSC as an independent constitutional commission. We are aware of the profound constitutional imperative that state organs must coexist and be interdependent with each other. In that regard, sir, I want to reassure you our commitment to work with you and the ministry and all other state agencies to ensure that we deliver to the mandate that we are given by the Constitution. We are also working very closely with other stakeholders, and I want to say that we have worked very closely, sir, with the KEPSHA and other organs to ensure that as a commission, we deliver to the mandate given to us and as well as provide teachers for this country. I most sincerely want to thank His Excellency the President, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for his visionary leadership and for initiating education reforms that will no doubt impact positively on the current learners and the future generation of this country. Our chief guests, allow me in a special way to recognize and appreciate the great work which is done by the head teachers present here and the teachers who are across the country. I want to recognize them because they walked the journey with the pupils right from PP1 all the way to grade 6 for them to do KEPSHA, and now we have grade 7. As well as they walked the journey together with the pupils who cleared the standard 8 exam. And that's why this year, sir, through your ministry, over 2.6 million candidates have done the exams. Can we appreciate ourselves for the job well done? Allow me to say as a commission, just the same way you are launching your strategic plan, this year in July 4th, we launched our strategic plan, 2023-2027. The focus of this strategic plan is to promote conditions for a motivated, ethical, globally competitive teacher for quality teaching and lifelong learning. And it has been exemplified by the PhD holders who are here. And that's why I want to thank the President in a special way for providing money for salary increment for all our teachers in this country. I also want to thank the President that through his government, Kenya Kwanza, our CS, we were provided 1 million shilling for promotion of our teachers. And as I talk with you now, we have a learning advert of that 6,505 vacancies, and the teachers who are here, the end teachers, and also the teachers across the country, we have invited our primary school teachers to do their interviews from 4th to 16th of December. And sir, what we did, we synchronized the interviews with the ongoing exams so that we don't interrupt our school system and also ensure that our teachers have ample time to prepare for the interviews. That is in line with the Kenya Kwanza government to ensure that no teacher is left behind. In those interviews, we want to reassure you, I know some of you have stagnated for many years, that will be taken into consideration so that teachers who have stagnated for long and have qualified can comfortably be able to earn eventually their promotions because they have done good work. As a commission, we have earned several achievements. One among them, sir, we have been able to recruit 56,000 teachers who are under JSS. Sir, we have also been able in March to recruit all the ND teachers so that they can be able to have relevant competencies for managing the junior secondary school. Sir, and like also to say, we have also retooled and trained 163,908 teachers on the implementation of remote learning, which is an alternative mode of curriculum delivery. We have automated most of our services, devolved quite a number of our administrative services to the lowest level. So I'd like to inform you, the interviews the teachers are going to do, from C2 to C4, they will be done at the sub-county level. From C5 to D2, they will be done at the county level. And from D3 to D5, they will be done at the regional level. That is to ensure that the services are as close as possible to the teachers where they are. We are also having online services, and for our discipline specifically, we are even hearing our discipline online to ensure that we dispense the cases as fast as possible. We are also working very closely, sir, with all the stakeholders to ensure that we deliver on our mandate. What I would like to call upon the teachers who are seated here, then teachers, and the teachers across the country, just as our vision is saying, let us ensure that we observe all possible ethical issues when we are dispensing our professional mandate, so that we can be in line with the vision of the government and the Ministry of Education's requirements. With those few remarks, let me take this opportunity to welcome the PS to address and invite the CS. Welcome, sir.
He has extensive professional experience in areas of higher education, financing and administration, leadership, management, micro-enterprise development, agricultural value chain financing, computing and other areas of business and management, among others. He once served as Principal Secretary, State Department for Basic Education and Early Learning and PS State Department for Regional and Northern Corridor Development. Please welcome Principal Secretary, State Department for Basic Education, Dr. KEPSHA.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, the Chair for Teacher Service Commission, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, our MPs present from the Education Committee, Professor Barto of Moiben constituency, and Nabi Nabwera of Lugari. Karibuni sana. We know your critical role and we know that you've been quite busy dealing with the supplementary budget, but still you have found time to be here with us today. The Chair for Teacher Service Commission, the CEOs present, the leadership of the KEPSHA led by the Chair, all of us here in today, I would want to ride on the protocols that have already been established and say Karibun Sana.
I'm grateful and gratified that I'm with you, my colleagues today, the head teachers of our schools, and all of us in the education sector who are here in today, also with our brothers from the unions. We say karibuni sana and asanteni sana for being part of this process. I would want to most sincerely thank you, Chairman of KEPSHA, all our colleagues, head teachers who are here today. I would want from the beginning to thank you for the good work that you did last week when we took through 2.7 million of our learners through the assessment and the last KCPE examination. I would not really be fair to anybody if we do not say thank you. You know, one of the most difficult things that we do and say is thank you. So once again, my colleagues, teachers, asanteni sana. Today is not my day. Today is the day of the Cabinet Secretary. I would only want to say, and once again, say that you've done a good job. Mainly as we see of the 844 system in our primary schools today, we say again, you've done a good job. 24 million of our Kenyan population have gone through the 844 system and through the KCPE. That is more than 3/4 of our adult population. Maybe it's myself, the Cabinet Secretary, and a few others around here who may not have gone through the system. But the majority of those who are sitting here today are part of the 70% of the Kenyan population who have gone through the 844 system and through the KCPE. So once again, walimu, asanteni sana for being the co-creators of our children and the co-creators of our nation and the people today who run this country. Asanteni sana for that good work. As I conclude and invite the Cabinet Secretary, I would want to urge ourselves only on one thing. And the thing that I would want to urge ourselves on is let's continue to build the trust that is needed of us as teachers. You know, we are celebrated when we are preparing our children to be the people that they ought to be into the future. But we have a challenge that we are not trusted when you are doing the final thing that you do for your learners, the assessment and examination. Let's try to remove the trust deficit that has been built on us, so that as we do the only assessment that we shall be doing in our primary schools next year, the KEPSHA, that we shall allow you to go to the container, pick the assessment, go administer it, and take it back to the container without having to be surrounded by anybody else other than your children. We shall all celebrate this achievement if we do it next year. And we can only do this if we address the trust deficit. So my good friends and colleagues, let's look forward to that day when we are, if we have that capacity. Do we? Are we sure? Yes. Sure? Yes. God giving us life, we want to see this next year. With those very many remarks, it's now my distinct duty to welcome the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Machogu. Karibu Waziri.
He is a seasoned career civil servant and administrator. He once served as Senior Deputy Secretary of the Ministry of Capital and Semi-Arid Lands, Trade and Tourism, the Public Service Commission, and a Member of Parliament for
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Principal Secretary, State Department of Basic, my friend, the Chairman of KEPSHA, Mr. Nsyoka, the members of Parliament here present, Mheshimiwa Professor Barito, my friend Nabwera Nabi, Member of Parliament for Ugari, the Chairman, Teacher Service Commission, the representative of Kenya Commercial Bank, and all the officials of KEPSHA, all the head teachers of our schools, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Amjambo muko. Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. I'm happy that you extended the invitation for me to be here this afternoon. And before I deliver my speech, my seniors in Parliament are here, and it is courteous that I request them to come up front and say a word. Mheshimiwa Barito and Mheshimiwa Nabwera, kindly come. You know, these are the people who make sure that we get the necessary required funds in our education committee, and not only that, even the amendments that we make from education cannot go through courtesy of our two friends. So si wawasalamia jameni.
Thank you. Our guest of honor, the CS for education, the PS and all protocols observed, my employers, hamjambo. Now, I just have two things to say. One is to thank all of you that we have been very resilient in difficult times in implementing JSS. Thank you so much. The second thing I would like to say to this congregation, CS, is that I'm looking forward next year to slightly a different way of programming our discussion. What do I have in mind? When you are facing the challenges we are facing, we don't need to do this. We need to do more of plenary. We should be having a discussion, looking for solution from all of us than giving speeches. That is my recommendation. Finally, good people. Good people. And CS, if there was somebody in the Ministry of Education whom you should look at as Shujaa, should be these people who never steal exams. We went through exams without drama. Credibility is what holds a nation. Values are driven from you people. And we are requesting our brothers in the senior school that please, we are building values at primary, at JSS. Continue building values at that level. We will have a nation. I can assure you, we will have a nation. PS and CS, you are here. There's a very good reason members of the Education Committee joined CS and PS to insist that we only need two schools, a comprehensive school and a senior school. You know, for years, this animal called categorization denied us equity. This comprehensive school must bring equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, PS, Chair, Teacher Service Commission, all senior members of government present here today, our teachers, our employers, good afternoon. Good afternoon again. I can see when my brother spoke, you got very excited kwa sababu ameguza maneno ya kweli, si ndio? Mimi ninaitwa Professor Phyllis Chepkemoi Barto. Mimi ni mjumbe kutoka kule Moiben, lakini hapo awali nilianzia kama mwalimu. Na nataka kuhakikishia ya kwamba pale bunge sisi members 3/4 of the education committee we are former teachers. Na nataka kuhakikishia tunaangalia maslahi yenu sawa sawa. Hata sasa tukiwa hapa, chairman wetu wa committee Mheshimiwa Meli hakuweza kuungana na sisi kwa sababu alikuwa anaangalia maneno ya budget. Sasa mimi nataka kuhakikishia tuko sambamba, tutangangana. We know you serve through very difficult circumstances. And in fact, when we were coming in, we were chatting with my colleague, na tulikuwa tunawaelezea, when you look at these teachers who are here, they are the people who bring equalization to the table, because education is the only equalizer. So my dear brothers and sisters, let's join hands. We will work hard to see that the education sector, to see that our teachers get the best, to see that you get promotion, to see that money is sent to your schools at the right time. Na si tafadhali, tunaelewana? Na si tafadhali, nyinyi mumefanya kazi yenu, lazima pia mkuwe resourced well, so that you can be able to serve the Kenyan child. Otherwise, asanteni, Mungu awabariki, tuko pamoja.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our two members of parliament who also serve in the education committee in our National Assembly. I think there are people I not recognize. My chief executive officers of the state agencies in the Ministry of Education are also here. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate the presence of Professor Umwenga, the Vice Chancellor of the Open University of Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here this afternoon for a very, very important event, and I am happy that you invited me to be here this afternoon. As I'm here, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya knew that I was coming here, and he did inform me to convey his best regards and greetings and the best wishes to all the teachers of Kenya and all the principals gathered here this afternoon. Mopokea salamu ya Mheshimiwa Rais. Now, from my speech, you are going to get the kind of policy pronouncements that have been made before, and if I don't make them, you will be able to see from my body language where the education sector is heading. You know, 1 month ago, I attended a workshop which lasted for 2 weeks in Harvard University, and one of the discussions we had was what Mheshimiwa Nabia said. We had a kind of plenary with the former presidents who were our resource persons or ministers into a process of planning. Implementation is the most critical stage of anything that you do. So we said 90% of what we do should be in implementation, making sure that whatever is discussed and agreed upon is actually implemented. And that's why me and my peers will be able to tell you this day what we have done so far concerning and pertaining to the recommendations made by the Presidential Working Party, recommendations which were presented with Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya on the 1st of August this year. And I was given the great mandate to ensure that we implement those particular recommendations. And the recommendations, in one way or the other, affect you. But before I come to that, Chairman, to thank you very, very much for this great milestone, this great team, the 20th anniversary of KEPSHA. You have done it well, you have kept the fire burning, and indeed you have promoted the ethos of proper management and governance in our institutions of running. And because of that, Kenya in the region and internationally is known because of the quality and the kind of education standards that we are able to offer. So, kongera kwenu. Pongezi kubwa for what you have done. You have done us proud as a sector and as education. These conferences, Chairperson, create a unique forum for sharing experiences, benchmarking, and networking. They had an opportunity to reflect on the past and the present and forge a common front to face the future. Through them, each one of us picks important directions with which we can improve our performance. Such opportunities are particularly important now that the education sector is undergoing extensive reforms, which some of them are going to tell you how far we are and what we intend to do in the very near future. The reforms require the development and the implementation of policies, legal instruments, and the programs that will steer the sector towards greater efficiency and effectiveness. I know that the theme of this conference is rethinking education management within a comprehensive school framework, inspiring innovation for a sustainable impact in the present and the future decades. This theme is befitting because it revolves around one of the key reform education areas for our implementation, which is the introduction of the comprehensive school system. I'm sure you are aware of that. This forum, therefore, is an excellent opportunity to dialogue and share perspectives on how we can best effect these and other recommended reforms. Over the last few years, we have been progressively rolling out the competence-based curriculum with the junior school starting this year. The progressive rollout of KBC started in your institutions. I must thank and commend you all for the remarkable work that you have done to make the rollout a continuing success. As we seek to inspire innovation for sustainable impact in the education sector, let us remember that the CPC has been designed as a model that prepares children to be competent and achieve mastery of what they learn through innovation and creativity while encouraging inclusion and diversity. There is no doubt that the competence-based education opens up schools and learners to expanded learning opportunities and deepen sustainability. I want to emphasize here that CPC focuses on the learner. The teacher, as a facilitator of learning under CPC, is continuously trying to prepare adequately so as to meet the needs of each individual learner. I urge all of us to acknowledge that we must innovate so that our teaching approaches respond to these changing times in the education landscape. This is particularly the case with foundational learning, which is the level of education squarely within your mandate. Foundational learning provides the building blocks for all other subsequent learning, knowledge, and skills that the children and the young people attain through education. Without proper foundational learning, our children will not reach their full potential in the society. As a government, we are keen to ensure that all children access foundational learning as part of basic education. As you all know, Article 53 of our Constitution is categorical that basic education is free and compulsory. I have to point out, however, that we are not keen on compulsory education for formalistic purposes. The free and compulsory education must also be quality education if it is to have any meaning and relevance. There is therefore need to appreciate for appropriate teaching methodologies and the support and supervision of the various curriculum implementers to guarantee quality. Achieving quality education is a collaborative effort that requires all of us to work jointly. The government will play its role in providing an enabling legal and policy environment. Indeed, the reforms that we are currently implementing are aimed at creating such an environment. The government will also continue to support schools and learners through capitation. This is part of the obligation of the state in fulfilling the right to free and compulsory basic education. As you are aware, since 2003, the government has been implementing the free primary education program. Currently, we fund each learner at Kenya shillings 1,420. For junior school, the government provides capitation at the rate of Kenya shillings 15,042 per annum. Learners in our secondary schools are funded at 22,240 per annum. From our evaluation and taking into account the economies of scale, these capitation amounts, if properly utilized, should be adequate to support the efficient running and the management of schools. I wish to commit on behalf of the government that we will continue supporting our schools and learners with the requisite capitation. I also wish to clarify that contrary to recent reports in sections of the media, there is no intention on the part of the government to increase school fees. And I require to repeat that there is totally no intention by the government of William Samoei Ruto to increase the school fees in the secondary or in the junior school. I will be able to elaborate what the Education Committee and we as a government are doing to make sure that the figures as indicated here will be given to us by National Treasury, and for sure we consider that to be adequate. So there will be no increase. The school fees for boarding schools will remain at the currently approved rates. School administrators will therefore be required to ensure adherence to the prevailing circulars and directives on the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, principals, including those who are not here, principals of secondary schools, the chairman of the Teacher Service Commission is here, and I think is clearly getting this message. This is a constitutional matter, enshrined in Article 53 of the Constitution of this country. Anybody going against that particular provision in the Constitution, it will not only amount to gross misconduct, but I think a violation of the Constitution itself. So you know, the task force are set in 2018 because people had gone rogue. Secondary schools, some of them, I don't want to give examples, were charging 200,000 per year. Others 150,000. Education was becoming unaffordable for many Kenyans. It was becoming a preserve of the rich. And that is why the government said no, enough is enough, because actually most of that money that was being charged in our schools was going into people's pockets. That is the truth of the matter. You also know, even the issue of textbooks, the money was being given directly to schools. Yeah, good ones were buying the books, but a number of them were also not buying the textbooks. So money was available, but you go to a school, you find the necessary required materials were not available. So that is why, as a government, we are saying education must be available for all. As one said here, Nelson Mandela said the most powerful tool, the tool that will be able to ensure social equality for all of us, the child of a president, a peasant, a person who does not own anything, the greatest equalizer is education. So we don't want a situation where we can be able to deny a number of Kenyans the opportunity to access education by making it unaffordable. So anybody who does not want to be a head teacher, we are not forcing him or her. You can relinquish, and there are so many Kenyans who can be able to take up that opportunity and serve well, of course, conforming to what the government has put in place. So I wish to commit that we will support all our schools with the required capitation, and that's why the other day I thank our members of Parliament, the Committee on Education, because we did engage on this. And a part of the recommendation that you will also be able to see in the Presidential Working Party report is on this funding in our basic. There is something known as essential package. We have put up a case, and the government progressively is going to provide. But for this coming term, what we are assuring schools, and especially our members of parliament are here, even the figures, the amounts that we were missing from what had been provided for in the budget, have the assurance and the faith that it is going to be available, such that we give those amounts, and with the prudent management, financial management in our schools, which we expect from the board of management, plus the chief executives of schools, we don't expect that people will come and say, this and this has happened, so we expect more. And yesterday, PS, you know, I called the director secondary because I already had the arrest. I get a lot of information. What goes on every day, my PS knows, chairman, every part of the country. Sipigi kelele sana, huwezi kuona Machogu ni mtu ya drama, lakini mambo rasmi yafanyike vile inatakikana. I also wish to clarify that contrary to recent reports, I think I've said that the government's commitment to the education sector is clear in the fact that we have the highest budgetary allocation. This financial year, the government allocated 30% of the total national budget to the sector. The allocation will be utilized to fund capitation, provide textbooks and other running resources, recruit additional teachers, and boost infrastructure in our schools. You are aware that this year, and again we are seeking additional, which I'm sure we are getting a supplementary one, the amount allocated to education sector is 630 billion, the highest ever since the time we attained our independence. School heads and the teachers generally also have an important role in delivering quality education. As teachers, you have the guardians of knowledge, the mentors of our youth, and the leaders shaping the next generation of citizens. Your role in the education reform process cannot be overstated. Already, you have demonstrated great capacity in overseeing the transition to junior school after the decision was made that junior school will be hosted in existing primary schools. I sincerely commend you for that. Once again, kindly, we don't take it for granted because we at the ministry headquarters would not have been able to operationalize this. As I was looking at the task ahead of us, me and my peers here, even as we were rolling out the regulations which we sent to each and every one of you, you did implement them seamlessly, smoothly, and in an excellent manner. Mimi nawatolea kofia. Jameni, you know, when we were coming in, there was a lot of uncertainty in this sector. We did not know, and even the previous regime, when I was inquiring from the officers, they were telling me we were totally in the dark. Courtesy of the Ruto administration and his visionary leadership and the wisdom, he did direct the Presidential Working Party, and the Kenyans were able to give us an answer, and now it is domiciled, and you have done well, and because you have done well, we are also going to reward you. Because as a ministry and the Teacher Service Commission, of course we are working on this and we are sending a sessional paper to Parliament. What we have said, a comprehensive school. There is no angel that we are going to say now we are bringing another angel, and yet you are the people who have been there. You have already been able to showcase. You have demonstrated the ability with the experience you have. I have confidence that you will be able to do what is required in the comprehensive school. As you all know, junior school is an intermediary level that provides our young people with breadth in terms of subject coverage, with the aim of enhancing their intellectual exposure. As administrators and teachers, you are always to nurture the runners and guide them towards their most suitable pathways at the senior school. This is very critical again. Pathways. There we have said we are going to have 3 pathways in senior school, and Teacher Service Commission plus ourselves are already preparing the senior school, because in the year 2026, our children will be transiting to senior school, and that's why we said there are 3 pathways. We don't force. The potential of a child can be recognized and seen at an early stage when he's in junior school. If it's STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, you will be able to recognize that this is a STEM material. If it is humanities, social sciences, it will also be easily identifiable that this particular material is for humanities, and therefore you will be encouraged to undertake that. Matters very important extracurricular now is actually in the syllabus, such that we have sports, we have performing art, we have music, we have drama. And you are witnesses, you have seen the guys who are very good in that, but we not have an opportunity at on for them to advance and nurture their talent so that it can be taken to another level. But now with CPC, we are providing that particular structure so that they can be able to pursue their talent to the highest level possible. In order for the levels of education under your leadership to succeed, you must ensure prudent utilization of resources provided to your institutions. As a country, we are operating in a very tight fiscal space. Even so, the Kenya Kwanza administration has demonstrated commitment to support the sector. The least we can do as sector players is to exercise prudence in the management of all the resources that are at our disposal. This one I don't have to overemphasize, ladies and gentlemen. You are knowledgeable, you know the amount of public debt that we inherited as a country. And I know, whoever was there knew that the repayment period, there was a grace period, and anybody who was going to take over was the one who was going to take the task, the responsibility of repaying the loans, and that is exactly what we are doing, because again, if we are failed from paying the taxes, then we are kind of taken as a failed state, a republic state. Nobody and no one would like us to be in that kind of state, and that is why you see we are really trying as a country to make sure that we meet our obligations, and the Kenyans, ugonjwa ukiingia mwili kama ni malaria, si lazima sindano itunge ndio upone. Sasa tuko kwa hiyo jameni, na it's only a question of time with the kind of measures that we have been able to put in place for the economy of this particular country to recover. We were in the very bottom, and when you reach the very bottom, the only way now is to come up. So we are in the process of coming up. And as another pastor said it the other day, even promises. Watu wanasema ahadi, wengine wanasema ati ni deni ni. Lakini sasa tulisoma siku ngine Sunday kwamba Deni si kwamba ni kulipa, deni ni kuwa na subira. Deni ni kungojea kwa sababu tulipewa example kwamba hata Mungu wakati alitoa akasema kwa wana wa Israeli kwamba mkifika kule mtakuta maziwa na asali. Walipoenda walikuta. Ikawa lazima uweke msinga Bwana, lazima uweke ng'ombe ndio ufikie masi. Hata leo Yesu Kristo alisema naenda naru. Leo ukiuliza amerudi au tunangojea? Kwa hivyo tuwe na subira, lakini kutimiza tutatimiza, lakini tuwe na tafadhali. So, as I stated earlier, it is befitting that the theme of the conference revolves around the comprehensive system, and I'm glad that we are sharing that. And I have said about the comprehensive school, and as heads of institutions for comprehensive school system, you should be able to provide an excellent engagement in instructional leadership by supporting and promoting effective teaching and governance practices. One should offer guidance, resources, and professional development opportunities to teachers and ensure that instructional strategies align with best practices and learner needs at all levels. And I want to finalize by giving a summary of the things that we have done so that you are able to understand clearly where we are. And our members of parliament here are very much aware of what we have done, because each and every time we give a report to Parliament also on the progress and our achievements so far. So one, what the Ruto administration did, and the chairman, Teacher Service Commission, you know, credit will be given to where it is. Sindio? Au sasa mimi Majogo siwezi simama hapa niseme ni mimi au chairman huyu ni kutekeleza tu, ni mtu ya mkono. Lakini mwenyewe yule ambaye aligundua kwamba walimu wamekaa miaka na miaka bila promotion, CPS tulikuwa hapa tunaangalia tu, chairman tulikuwa. Sasa Ruto administration for 1 year was able to identify that we have a problem with our teachers, and they require that because it's a very important component of motivation. Because we realized, and the president was able to recognize and identify that there was a problem. This particular year, he gave 1 billion for promotion of teachers. As the economy improves, and this one I'm telling you for sure, because if there is one person who recognizes the critical participation of the teacher in the national development of this country, is His Excellency the President. So as we move forward, I'm sure he will be doing more as matters of welfare of teachers are concerned. The chairman, get assured of that. And I want my chairman of Teacher Service Commission, wherever he is, to be able to indicate that very clearly. So the promotions from P1 to CS, 1, 3, 5, Chairman, you should now be able to fast track that. The other thing that I have been able to recognize here is people enhancing their ability, enhancing and increasing their studies, and we have seen people here who have gotten a PhD. I'm here with my peers and my chairman of Teacher Service Commission. Do we only grab and it stops there? Chairman, now, these people, some of them should be in teacher training colleges. Some of them, I have my professor here. I have my peers here. Even the other day, we advertised for positions of quality assurance officers at the top level in the ministry. And I was looking around, we not have qualified people, kumbe watu wako hapa. So I'm encouraging you that Chairman Teacher Service Commission kindly get the list, because we have to encourage these people. Unless you encourage, people will not be able to take further studies seriously, because even our universities, the people teaching, the quality of teaching in our universities is not to the required level. Why? Because we don't have quality teachers, professors, lecturers. Omwenga knows 47% are only the people with the PhD holders. And we have been encouraging universities that each and every year as we graduate, we want a minimum of 1,000 people getting PhDs. We hardly get that number. So we must reward those who have worked hard and gotten their PhD, and that's why me and my peers, as the chairman of Teacher Service Commission, we want to compile a data bank so that in one way or the other, we are able to reward these people. Hata umwenga sijui kwa nini hakusema atachukua moja. Because that is the starting point. Even our universities, as we recruit, once I have the data in my office and the peers, we should be able to reward these people. Even in my office, where we require senior positions, we want to get from our own directors and the rest, we get from you. So, and those who have not done masters and PhD, please be encouraged. You know, it's only the other day, because I'm aware that even those who are degrees reached that stage where there were no promotions, so people were discouraged. But now see what happened with the junior school, the opportunity. So kindly make sure that you continue advancing your studies, and again, now that we have open university here, there are reforms we have taken conforming to the recommendations that have been made by the Presidential Working Party report. One, you know, is the structure. I don't have to elaborate on that. 2, 6, 3, 3. And KICD. We have also reduced the running areas, and I think it took you through the running areas as reduced, and we did that with Miwa by the power donated to us by Parliament. When you see the KICD Act, you have given us power to develop and review the curriculum. So following that, we were safe and we were able to do it. The other thing we have done is with NEC. You are also aware, following the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party report, we have reduced the cluster, the comparison subjects from 5 to 2. We said we don't want to overburden people, because you can't force that everybody will be science-oriented. Kama nataka kufanya mambo yake huko, we open the space. So from that, we expect that it will even be able to give us more numbers for our children going to higher education, university and the rest, from the 19.3 that we are to over 20%. We have also opened space for those who sometimes fail to get a C+, who are at the threshold, that they can be able to do a preaching course in a university, and the Commission for University Education is working on regulations such that we are able to open more space in higher education. We have opened space. You know, our teacher training colleges were closing down, and following the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party, we have now introduced a new entry requirement, and I'm happy because we had only 2,700 in our 32 teacher training colleges. They were actually, the tutors were more than the students. So now that we opened up, following those recommendations, we have now 20,356. Sunday tulifungua hata ya Kware tukiwa na president. The enrollment is impressive. The other day I was in Mandera. I opened the Mandera one. The other day I was in Baringo, and the numbers are impressive. We had the essential package recommended. We are working with the members of parliament and be assured that we will be able to take action on that. Registration of schools. When the Ruto administration came in, there was a serious problem. But we have now opened it up, German. If you have seen our primary and secondary schools, my peers and the directors, we have worked very hard and made the process much easier because we said there were many unnecessary conditions. We are working and be assured that a solution will be found. We are one sector. Ministry or Teacher Service Commission si sector moja hii. Lakini unajua iko wengine huko kwenu wanataka ikae njia nyingine so that you don't know where you belong. Ate ujulikane pahali hiko ndio tume kwa hii serikali hii. Macho wakiwa hapo, we will fix it. Quality assurance itakuwa parimo for better management of that function. Because quality assurance by the end of the day, na ndio nimetoa magari na PS, mliona ilikuwa flagged off. Kila sub county, karibu kila sub county sasa tuko na magari, so that those guys can be able to come and do the work that they are supposed to do. I don't want to take you through, but grade 9 that we will be able to get into in the year 2025 as a ministry, as a government. This year we have given a conditional grant to members of parliament, and we will do 6,000. We will do 6,000 classrooms because we want to prepare for grade 9. In the year coming also, the year coming, we are negotiating with our development partners. We are likely to do 9,000 more classrooms, such that when we get the year 2025, we will be ready with the classroom. So musiwe na wasiwasi hapo. Hapo musiwe na wasiwasi. Jameni, Dr. Chuma alisema mambo ya climate change. Mimi ningetaka kuwauliza kitu moja tufanye kwa unyenyekevu sana. We passed it in cabinet that the Green Army, 17 million of us, are in our secondary schools, in our primary schools, and if any one of us was to plant 10, 15 trees per year, then we will be able to cover this country with trees. Jameni, tumekubaliana tusaidiane hapo. Najua watoto wetu wamefunga shule. Monday is a tree planting day. And we want each and every school in this country on Monday to embark on a tree planting. We set a target for education. I presented a paper in the cabinet where I said the solution to this particular tree planting, where we are aspiring to plant 15 billion, is not in any other sector apart from education, because we have an army. Can you agree we plant on Monday 200 trees per school? Tafadhali nionyesha kwa mikono. Tupande 200 minimum kwa kila shule. Na mimi pia nipate ripoti kutoka kwa kila sub county director, na tena TSC. Jameni, chairman, kuja kidogo. Hii mtu ni mfupi lakini maarifa iko mingi. Mimi nimewaambia hivi, assessment ifanywe. Yule ambaye one of the criteria for promotion of teachers iwe matters of climate change, environmental conservation, mambo ya upandaji wa miti. Hata sasa mwaka huu nataka uchukue hata kama ni kila county, tuone wale wametangulia. Na mimi ukitangulia, hata mimi siniko na kitu kidogo nitakupatia shule yako. Au nafikiri nikija au PS akija tutakuja bure? Mimi nataka nipate list ya wale walimu wametangulia, hata ile pesa kidogo bunge natupatia ya infrastructure, tutasema wewe ndio umefanya mzuri na wewe pata. Na promotion tena, chairman angari. Kwa hivyo jameni, tunajua na tena iko carbon credit. Wewe panda miti, hiyo carbon credit hata kwako nyumbani ukipanda, utalipwa ile percent of the cost of the program, but ever since the time that particular program and the formula was initiated in 2017, it was not possible for government to be able to give the 80%. Like last financial year, the match that the government was able to provide was 48%. The weaknesses of that particular system was it was funding everybody and anybody. The child of a person like Machogu, who can be able to pay any amount required by government was providing. The child of Muturi, the chairman of Teacher Service Commission, hata akiulizwa milioni moja atalipa, alikuwa serikali inalipia yeye. Tukasema this is not possible. So what we have come up with is a new formula, a formula that determines the level of need of each and every one of our students. You know, there is a system, we have the means testing instrument such that we are able to categorize. Kama ni Machogu ndio atapewa loan kidogo, but at the same time, he will also be able to pay something. But there are those of us who come from backgrounds that we cannot be able to afford, government will do a scholarship. At the same time, government would be able to give loans such that those particular children from those families would be able to access education. Hata ninyi si mbaya kwa sababu ninyi nikiangalia muko pand 4 au wako pand 4 au wengine muko pand 3 na 4. Meaning whatever you will be required to pay in universities will not be much, depending on the course. If it is a course taking 200,000, pengine something like 20,000 also. So we are working on that to make sure that our universities get out of the financial and the funding challenges that we have as of now. With those many remarks, I'm happy that we are here with you today. God willing, we will be coming to your areas, Chairman, as much as possible. You are our major stakeholders, and we like and appreciate what you are doing, and kindly let us combine our efforts so that we take this sector to another level. As I have said, there is no time for me to take you into the finer details of the Presidential Working Party report, but get a copy. We are in the process of making a sessional paper, even with the proposed amendments, and soon enough it will be in Parliament, and Parliament will be able to do the necessary. Before I finish and declare the meeting officially opened, my friend Siucho wasalamia tu. Sikori sijaramia wasalamie. Nimeona Kupeti wako hapa. Nafikiri Ken Yuti ndio wako. Collins wasalamie.
The CS Education, my brother Mashogu, the Principal Secretary, Dr. Billy Okipsang, my friends from the Education Committee, Professor Arbana Nabwera, the Chairman of KEPSHA, the Chairman of Teacher Service Commission, my great brother and colleague, the Director KICD, and I want to start with my national chairman and the team from the Kenya National Union of Teachers. The CS has just invited me to greet, and before I greet you, I want to say here and now that today, Bwana CS, you have performed like a trade unionist. I'm a happy man today. Reasons, I've been thinking about head teachers who are manning comprehensive schools. And the best labor practice across the globe is that for an additional work, there must be some additional gain. And the CS declared here that for you who have manned comprehensive schools very adequately and successfully, there must be something in terms of gains. That is great. Bwana CS, I also want to appreciate the fact that our head teachers have been lined up here as degree holders and PhD holders. Doctors are here. The moment you pronounce that the fact that we have our PhD holders here and they shall be considered, Teacher Service Commission Chairman, this has been our war. The teachers who actually get degrees to the extent of getting masters, extent of getting PhDs, and they are referred to as doctors, why can they be recognized? That is recognition of higher qualifications. I don't want to take that one for granted. Bwana CS, Professor was here, and I want to thank you, Professor, for what you said about SDG 4, which actually accelerates and confirms that we must have continuous learning. And that is why we have our PhD holders. That is straight to the fact. Bwana CS, UPS has actually said here that the deficit of trust that has been there, this must go. Our head teachers in public schools and private schools have never cheated in exams. And that is a plus on you. And that is why we must be set free to manage ourselves. Why must we have 100 policemen dispersed all over to make sure that exams go on? Head teachers and teachers in our schools are able to take care of these exams without any cheating. And I want to congratulate you for that. Bwana Nabwera and your colleague, I think we are now doing well. The fact that comprehensive schools shall be headed by heads of institutions here, that is a great plus. And the presidential working party has also come up very straight. I'm happy you are buying that, Bwana Nabwera, in Parliament. Bwana CS, delocalization has come to an end, thanks to Kenya Kwanza government. But I still want to say here that promoting a teacher from Nairobi and placing the teacher in Kitui is delocalization in another way altogether. If you are promoted in a county, stay in that county as a head. That is a position. And finally, because you asked me to greet, I must appreciate you, Bwana CS. The fact that we are now able to talk about capitation and you will make a follow-up, that is a big relief to these teachers. Because the issue has been capitation, 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 capitation. To the extent, Bwana CS, the communities, when it comes into the media, that funds have been released to schools. Even the board chairmen are not even able to understand that these schools have not received cash. So the fight has been on our teachers all through. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues in this noble profession, I want to say and declare here today, from the mouth of the CS, you are now qualified as principals of the comprehensive schools. Thank you so much, and may God bless you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Collins. Now, with the many remarks, again to thank you as my peers said, for what you did in KCPE. We never had any malpractices anywhere, and also to reassure the country that this time around, the measures we have put in place for our KCSE always going well, and we are going to deliver a very credible exam. With those many remarks, I now officially and formally declare this workshop the anniversary officially formally open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bwana CS. Before you take your seat, Bwana CS, we have a strategic plan launch just up there. Very quickly, Bwana PS as well, Teacher Service Commission Chair, Professor Omwenga tafadhali, tukaribishwe pale Naomba sote tuketi tafadhali, tuketi tafadhali. We want to launch the strategic plan. We have the Caesars ready. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to launch the strategic plan. Okay. Let's get the Caesar. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the countdown. We have the countdown. Right, let's have the Caesars, please. Okay, so we will start, we will count 3, 2, 1. Let's go everyone. 3, 2, and 1. Let's cut that. Thank you so much. Everybody, wherever you are, please remain seated. Please remain seated. Please remain seated. Thank you so much. Members of the media, please let's give way. Asante sana. We have gifts for the CS, gifts for the PS. Asante sana, asante sana. Okay. All right. Let's now allow the CS and the PS to leave. Asante sana. Pole pole. For the rest of us, asanteni sana kwa kuja. Thank you so much, Bwana CS, Bwana PS. CSC Chair, asante sana. Walimu wote, asanteni sana. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, the CS is walking around the exhibition tents. We are all free to walk around and see what we have in these exhibition tents. They are very valuable to us. Our strategic plan has been launched for the year 2024-2028. God bless KEPSHA. God bless the head teachers of this great nation, the principals of comprehensive schools. As for today's program, we have come to an end, but tomorrow, God willing, we shall be starting the program as per the program.